Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Goleta City Council of May 5th, 2026. If you'll all rise and join me in Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In roll call of City Council.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Here.
Councilmember Kasdan. Here. Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Here.
And Mayor Perotti.
Here. Okay, at this time, we'll have our Spanish interpreters come up and speak, introduce themselves. Herself.
Yes. Buenas noches, soy Viviana Marzano y con mi colega Hugo Santos vamos a ofrecer interpretación al español. Si alguien prefiere escuchar esta presentación en español, tenemos auriculares. Good evening, my name is Viviana Marzano and with my colleague Hugo Santos will be your interpreters English-Spanish today. If anybody prefers to listen to this presentation in Spanish, we have headsets over here or in the room next door. Thank you, gracias.
Thank you. Okay, report from closed session, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the one closed session item read into the record this evening at 4:30 p.m., there is no reportable action.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll have public forum. Anybody that wishes to speak to anything that's not on our agenda this evening?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have 4 speaker slips. For those of you on the Zoom webinar, please use raised hand icon and I will call on you. Our first in-person speaker is Sarah Iron.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Iron. For the record, I am the Executive Director of MOVE Santa Barbara County, the nonprofit leading active transportation education and advocacy across Santa Barbara County. I want to thank you for acknowledging MOVE's work with your e-bike proclamation this past January, and I'm pleased to follow up with a progress report. I know you're getting a lot of questions from folks. There's a lot of confusion and concern about e-bikes in our community. So we worked with the Office of Traffic Safety to develop this e-bike rules of the road and buying guide. We have it in English and Spanish. I'm going to leave it behind for you. We've been working on this for some time, and we're distributing it digitally through schools and districts countywide, furnishing e-bike retailers with print copies to share with families at the point of purchase, exactly when that information is most needed. We know that e-bikes are part of the solution to some of our most pressing transportation challenges, including affordability, access, and reducing car dependency. Helping riders use them safely is one way we can protect that potential. So we look forward to sharing this with your community, and thank you for your ongoing support of our advocacy in the e-bike realm.
All right, thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Steve Delria. Okay, our next speaker then is Marcio Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Michael Hernandez. I am here representing the South Coast Youth Safety Partnership Program. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about Positive Youth Development, or PYD, and the importance and continued collaboration across South County to support young people. At its core, PYD shifts how we think about youth. Instead of focusing only on risk, it centers on strengths, relationships, and on opportunities. It's about ensuring that every young person feels safe, valued, connected, and supported. We know that when those protective factors are in place, youth are more likely to succeed in school, avoid involvement in the justice system, and grow into leaders in the community. That's why collaboration is critical. Through the South Coast Youth Safety Partnership, we are bringing together schools, community-based organizations, law enforcement, probation, public health, and youth themselves to align efforts and build a coordinated system effort. This work is already in motion. In October, we convened partners from South County with more than 20 agencies made clear commitments to strengthen youth engagement and more intentionally together rather than in silos. Since then, we have been following through integration shared strategies developing tools to measure impact, and creating more consistent approach to supporting youth across South County. We're also creating more opportunities for young people to have voice in this guided work. We've selected 20 students from South County to be trained as facilitators in collaboration with the Santa Barbara Unified School District through interactive PYD-based training. They're building skills in public speaking, active listening, conflict resolution, and group facilitation, while gaining the confidence to lead and create inclusive spaces for their peers. This effort has also drawn interest from the Annie E. Casey Foundation, which plans to connect with these youth after the summit to elevate their insights. When we invest in PYD and partnerships like this, we are choosing prevention over reaction and build stronger, safer communities for everyone. I respectfully urge the council to continue support and investing in this work to prioritize policies and funding that strengthens cross-sector collaboration. And lastly, I want to personally invite every person on the board to our youth summit this May 20th from 4 to 6 at the Santa Barbara Faulkner Gallery. We'll be honored to have you join us and hear directly from the youth. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to the young people of our community. And I have added flyers for you guys if you guys would like to join us. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next in-person speaker is George Rellis.
Good evening. First, I want to congratulate the clerks. This is Professional Municipal Clerks Week. I didn't know you got a week, but good for you. Also, confession is good for the soul, so I'm going to confess that I didn't think the roundabout would work. That was wrong. I didn't oppose it. It's fantastic. It's really made a big difference. So congratulations to Public Works and to all of you for having the vision. We look forward to more. Finally, as you know, e-bikes are a sore spot. I was glad to hear the speaker that you're taking some action. I urge you to start by having your legislative representative talk with the state, because I think that's a bottleneck. And I don't think you should be passive about it. I think you should urge them to urge legislators to let you do what you need to do to keep everybody safe, the riders and pedestrians and people in cars. With that, I thank you for your service. Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Steve Del Ria, are you here?
In Lompoc, where I'm at, we don't have traffic on the 101. I should have come through Goleta with the roundabouts, is what I should have done. I'm Steve Delara, the program director for the South Coast for Family Youth Services and Communify. And one of the programs we have is the South Coast Youth Safety Partnership. In 2007, we had a homicide of a 14-year-old boy in front of Saks Fifth Avenue. Most of us remember that day and what we were doing when that happened. His name is Angel, and we lovingly call him Angel and remind ourselves of why we do the work. In 2008, the cities and the counties came together for a conversation about what could we do collectively to stop the violence from happening in our community. And in 2008, we had the South Coast Task Force on Youth Gangs formed. And in 2016, we changed the name to be more inclusive of all youth, including those that are not in gangs. And we decided that we would have a South Coast Youth Safety Partnership. And so the partnership is really working. As you heard Michael just talk about the positive youth development work that we're doing and the youth summit that we have coming up. Some of the work that we've done over the years includes prevention and well-being, public safety and intervention, services and basic needs, and that was really true during the pandemic, youth empowerment, and community and family engagement. We are here to serve the community. What we could do better is probably come here more often to report back to you all about the work that we're doing so that you could see. But I can attest that when we had the 3 stabbings here, we were responsive to the community. When we had the homicide here, we were responsive to the community. When we had the shooting at Haskell Beach, we were responsive to the community. And the stabbing at one of the continuation schools, we were responsive to the community. We work with your city council members throughout all 3 of the regions. We work with Board of Supervisors. We work with people from the Department of Social Services, Santa Barbara County Education, Probation, And there's a whole group of us that comes together once a month to strategically look at how do we address the issues of violence and youth safety in our community. On behalf of Communify and our chief who couldn't be here today, we'd just like to say thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers for public forum.
Okay, thank you. Amendments or adjustment to our agenda? City manager?
Madam Mayor, I have nothing.
Nothing? Okay. Do you have anything to report?
I don't. We have a long agenda tonight, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, all right. Then we'll move on to consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That is item A1, approval of the City Council meeting minutes of March 17, 2026, April 7, 2026, and April 21, 2026. Item A2, acceptance of the March 2026 check register. Item A3, acceptance of the March 2026 investment transaction report. Item A4, deferred compensation plan update. 457B, record keeper transition, establishment of a 401A defined contribution retirement plan, plan administrator designation, indemnification, and ongoing fiduciary advisory services. Item A5, second reading of an ordinance to amend requirements and procedures for encroachment permits. Conduct the second reading by title only and adopt ordinance 26 next in order entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, replacing Chapter 12.02, Title 12 of the Goleta Municipal Code regarding encroachments on public property, and finding the regulations exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Item A6, Public Works Professional Services amendments with West Coast Arborists, Inc. for tree trimming and tree maintenance services for parkway strips and facilities. And item A7, adoption of a zoning map ordinance amendment for property located at 421, 425, and 445 Pine Avenue, case number 25-0004-ORD, conduct the second reading by title only, and waive further reading and adopt ordinance number 26 next in order, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, adopting an ordinance amendment to zoning map from general commercial GC to business park BP, and adopting the notice of exemption on a 3.4 acre site located at 421, 425, and 445 Pine Avenue, known as Goleta Business Park, APN 071-130-048, case number 25-0004-ORD.
Thank you. Council wish to pull any item from consent? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Those of you on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to a consent item, please use raised hand icon and I will call on you. I am seeing none, Madam Mayor.
Okay, then someone like to make a motion?
I'll move consent.
Okay, do I need a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Council members, please lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Kasdan,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Okay, oops. Ayes have it. I voted, but it didn't.
Oh, it recorded it. I think you just didn't lock it, but you're.
Okay. All right. Okay, moving on to presentations.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's item B1, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, recognizing May 2025 as Older Americans Month.
Okay, I think I asked Councilmember Kasdan to do this one?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is a proclamation for Older Americans Month. Now, why did Mayor Perotti choose me to read this one? I'll just let that go. This is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, recognizing May 2026 as Older Americans Month. Whereas the City of Goleta is committed to honoring and celebrating the invaluable contributions, resilience, and wisdom of older Americans who have helped shape our community's history, character, and future. And whereas the City of Goleta recognizes that fostering social connection, promoting health, wellness, and encouraging lifelong learning is essential to ensuring older Americans can age with dignity, purpose, and belonging. And whereas the Parks and Recreation Division of the City of Goleta provides inclusive and accessible programs, services, and spaces that support older Americans through social opportunities, recreational classes, fitness activities, nutrition and wellness programs, and arts and enrichment opportunities. And whereas programs and activities offered at the Goleta Community Center create welcoming environments where older Americans can build friendships, stay active, and remain engaged in community life while accessing valuable needs services. And whereas Goleta's parks, open spaces, and trails, including treasured community spaces such as Lake Los Carneros and the Elwood Mesa, provide opportunities for physical activity, recreation, and connection to nature, which are critical components of healthy aging. And whereas through events, social programs, and health and wellness initiatives, the Parks and Recreation Division strengthen intergenerational connections and fosters a sense of belonging that enriches the entire Goleta community. Whereas the City of Goleta affirms its commitment to supporting policies, programs, and partnerships that empower older Americans to thrive, contribute, and remain connected to the life of our city. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, does hereby recognize May 2026 as Older Americans Month in the City of Goleta and encourages all residents to recognize the achievements and ongoing contributions of older adults and to participate in programs and activities that promote connection, health, and community engagement. Signed by Mayor Perotti. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Kasdan. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Justin Wilkins. I'm the Parks and Recreation Manager. On behalf of the City of Goleta's Parks and Recreation Division, I want to sincerely thank you for this proclamation recognizing Older Americans Month. It's an honor to accept this on behalf of our community's older adults who continue to enrich Goleta through their experience, resilience, and active engagement. We are proud to share that our senior programming continues to grow and evolve. We now have over 208 registered participants in our senior programs, reflecting strong and increasing interest in opportunities for connection, wellness, and lifelong learning. Last month, on April 23rd, we hosted our 4th annual Senior Expo at the Goleta Community Center. The event was a tremendous success, welcoming over 300 participants and featuring 45 vendors who provided valuable resources, services, and information to our community. In addition to these milestones, we continue to expand our already robust programming calendar. This month, we're excited to introduce new offerings, including Mahjong classes and outdoor Tai Chi, further enhancing opportunities for social engagement and healthy living. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the incredible Parks and Recreation staff who make all of this possible. In particular, our Recreation Supervisor, Leonel Mendoza-Diaz, who's home today with his newly born daughter, who fittingly was born on the day of the Senior Expo, and Dory Cornelius, our program technician who's here with me today. Dory oversees our senior programs and manages the senior lounge on a daily basis, creating a welcoming and vibrant space for our community. These program and events are more than just activities. They're essential touch points that foster community, reduce isolation, and support the well-being of our older adults. Thank you once again for your ongoing support, for helping shine a well-deserved spotlight on the invaluable contributions for older adults in the City of Goleta. Thank you.
Thank you. You gonna take a picture? Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture. Where were you? And then we'll have all of us go up. Okay, all of us, yes. Okay, we have the next presentation.
Okay to ask for public comment on this item, Mayor?
Oh, sorry.
Thank
Yes,
you.
public comment, please.
If anyone on the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. And I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, next presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. That's item B2, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, recognizing the week of May 4th through May 9th, 2026 as 57th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week.
And Mayor Pro Tem Smith will be presenting this.
All right. So yes, it is Clerks Week. So today, we have a proclamation of the City of Goleta recognizing May 3rd through May 9th as the 57th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week. Whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is a time-honored and vital part of local government. And municipal clerks provide the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal services to all. And whereas municipal clerks serve as the official record keeper, information center, and facilitator of local government functions, including preparing agendas, recording minutes, maintaining ordinances and resolutions, and conducting elections. And whereas municipal clerks demonstrate dedication, professionalism, and integrity in their work, and continually strive to improve the administration of affairs of the City Clerk Division through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas Municipal Clerks Week provides an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the invaluable work of our municipal clerks and to acknowledge their vital contributions to the public service and highlight their important role in the daily operations of our cities. So let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Goleta hereby recognizes May 3rd through May 9th as Professional Municipal Clerks Week and further extend our appreciation to our Municipal Clerk, Deborah Lopez, and Senior Deputy City Clerk, David Gataya, and our Deputy City Clerk, Nicholas Norman, for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the community that they represent. Approved today and signed by Mayor Paula Parodi. Yes.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
I'm ready. Okay. Yes. Right here, same spot. Right here, yes. I know you love pictures. Okay, right here. David, I feel like you should bring Deborah's alumni. Oh, perfect. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Awesome.
Oh, then all of us, yes.
Need to bring the alumni in one of these days. Get Liana here, get Blake.
That would be nice.
It's a really good idea. Yeah. You have like a constellation of.
Did they just come here when they have laundry? Yeah. Leanna brings her laundry here.
All right. Sweet. Yeah. There we go. Does that say in perpetuity? Okay. This one.
I do just want to thank the mayor and council for the acknowledgement here. You know, it's rare that we ask to toot our own horns, but it's so important. You have such dedicated staff that on a day-to-day basis does a tremendous job. And we acknowledge it, not just our clerks, but the clerks nationwide. So we do appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you very much for the proclamation. It's really been an honor to serve this council and these residents in this great city. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I do want you to know that I hear a lot of praise. Maybe you don't get it often, but I have heard it quite often about how the two of you and the three of you all work together to help, whether it's with a proclamation or an agenda or during election time. Your professionalism and your kindness and you're just good people. So we're very lucky. Thank you.
I concur.
Do we have any speakers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Anyone who wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing none, Madam Mayor.
Okay, then we'll move on to the next presentation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That is item B3, Johnny D. Wallace Neighborhood Park Splash Pad Operations Update, an amendment to agreement for janitorial services.
All right. Long-awaited splash pad.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Autumn Glazer, the Assistant Public Works Director, and I have George Thompson with me, the Parks and Open Space Manager, and I will hand it off to him to give a quick presentation, and then we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. We've been waiting a long time for this facility. It is going to be a lot of fun. It is the city's first aquatic facility, which is special, and also the South Coast's first public splash pad. So this evening I'll be going over a little bit of behind the scenes of what the splash pad is, how it's run and operated, what Public Works has been doing to get ready for the special opening, and then we'll be announcing the schedule and the ribbon cutting event. This is a view of Johnny D. Wallace Park and the new splash pad in operation. So Public Works staff has been running the facility. We've had it fenced off until the official opening. The splash pad is a easily operated recreational facility. There are 2 activation buttons on either end of the splash pad. You can see them in the photo, the blue pole and the green pole there. A splash pad user can just hit the top of that pole and it activates the jets and they'll run for 15 minutes. And of course, every kid within a 20-mile radius is going to be running through those jets when it opens. It's designed for primarily younger kids, and it really is a great opportunity for kids to get more comfortable with water, without standing water. There are 34 jets in the floor that shoot up in a variety of patterns. They're programmed on a sequence, so they come on at different times during that 15-minute interval for a variety of fun play activity. The flooring itself is similar to our playground flooring, so it's a safety flooring. It's squishy. Kids can take a tumble on there, not scuff up their knees. And then the system has 2 drainages, so one that goes to an underground tank that I'll talk about in a moment, and then a perimeter drain that goes to our stormwater sump. There are generally 2 types of splash pads, one that recirculates water, and that's what we have, and then the other type, of course, is a once-through, where you get potable water, run it out in the jets, and then it drains to the sewer system. Our system is a little bit more water efficient for water conservation purposes. Okay. Just adjacent to the splash pad is the pump house. This is where we have all of our mechanical equipment. On the exterior of the building, we have 2 showers, and we're encouraging users of the splash pad to shower off before they jump onto the pad itself. That helps us control the contaminant load. Oils, soaps, all that stuff. Just like if you have a hot tub or you're at a public swimming pool, it's recommended that showers are used, and we'll have signage on site that recommends that activity. Within the pump house, we have sanitation and disinfection equipment. So as the water comes off of the splash pad, goes into an underground tank that we'll see in a moment, and then we run it through a series of pumps. We have chlorine disinfection equipment, just like a swimming pool, as well as ultraviolet light and a series of filters. This is a view of the underground tank. It's 4,000 gallons. It has a refill valve that you see on the right there. And then down at the bottom of the tank, we have a series of large paper filters. This is considered a confined space that's regulated by the state. So only certain staff and contractors that have confined space training are allowed to enter into this facility. Okay, the schedule. So we are proposing to open up the splash pad in 2 weeks and 2 days, May 21st at 3 p.m. Mayor and council will be doing a ribbon cutting ceremony there. We'll have lots of kids, I'm sure. And the proposed schedule for the public, so starting on May 21st, 3 p.m., all the way through Labor Day, the facility is proposed to be open to the public 6 days a week. We're closing on Wednesdays for maintenance. We have to pull those filters out, scrub down the floor, change out any parts that need changing out. But otherwise, it'll be open to the public 6 days a week, except for Wednesdays, starting at 10 a.m. all the way to 6 p.m. Okay, I do want to step back from the excitement of opening the splash pad to just talk a little bit about what the Public Works Department has been doing behind the scenes and paint the picture for the regulatory requirements for a splash pad. Just like a swimming pool, splash pads are regulated by County Environmental Health, as well as a series of codes at the state level and then recommendations from the CDC at the federal level. The great thing about splash pads is that there's no standing water on them, so we are not required to have a lifeguard on duty. There's virtually no drowning risk. So the staffing costs are much reduced compared to a public swimming pool. However, we are required to maintain consistent pH levels, consistent disinfection levels, chlorine, as well as water clarity. So that's what our staff now is trained up to do. We have also hired a pool service company to assist us with the startup. We also have a series of filters, sand filters, those big paper filters that I showed in the tank. We're constantly changing those out and reading the pH levels and chlorine levels. And then as a secondary unit, we have an ultraviolet light that zaps all of the water before it gets sent out to the splash pad floor. So it's kind of a belt and suspenders approach, but we're following all of the applicable guidelines and rules as they relate to splash pads and this public aquatic facility. So what does maintenance look like for our staff and our contractor team? Daily, we are checking and maintaining the water chemistry, so maintaining that narrow range of pH and making sure that there's enough chlorine in the water to kill off any germs, bacteria, viruses. We inspect and clean the floor daily. So before the facility is open to the public at 10 a.m., we'll have our staff and contractor team out there at 7:30 a.m., hosing off the floor, removing debris. Typically, we'll find candy wrappers, bark mulch, occasionally broken glass. So we're getting all of that cleaned up before it's opened up to the public daily. We also maintain all of the equipment in the pump house. So that's backwashing the sand filters, changing out the underground confined space filters, maintaining the ultraviolet light on a regular, consistent basis. I should add that our chemical controller and the UV light system are controlled by a computer. So we have built-in alarms that will sound if the water quality is not within a narrow range, or if the UV light is not activating and delivering the right amount of energy, it'll actually automatically shut off the pump system. We also have other equipment that we're maintaining, the pumps. There's two pumps that move water around within the system. And then, of course, we're monitoring the water within the surge tank. So if an event occurs on the splash pad while it's open to the public, we're primarily concerned about three things: fecal matter, vomit, and blood. Those are the three items that are called out in the codes. So if that happens on the splash pad floor, what is a caregiver or a child to do? We've actually set up a call number that will be posted on the site that will have a relay call to Public Works staff. So immediately somebody will call that number if one of those events occurs, get in touch with city staff, and then we can shut the splash pad off. We are required to go through a process to decontaminate the water and the splash pad floor. In the event of that occurring, the splash pad will be shut down for a minimum of 12 hours while we superchlorinate the water and make sure that there's no germs and those materials left on site. Okay, so our anticipated cost for this year, and I'll preface this portion of the presentation by saying this is our first season So we do have some anticipated startup costs that are typically going to be higher than what we're looking at for future years. But for this first year, we're running Memorial Day to Labor Day. We have several contractors on board. The first one is a janitorial services company that we work with closely. They're already doing a lot of work in our park system, cleaning picnic areas, emptying trash. Same company, Big Green. It is the action item on the council item to amend that contract. So we're recommending a $45,000 contract amendment. They'd be coming out every morning, as well as doing the emergency response decontamination of the splash pad floor. We have the pool service company, $45,000 as well, to assist with pool chemistry, as well as equipment replacement and troubleshooting. And then, of course, the confined space filter replacement. That's the underground tank. None of our staff are currently trained up to do that work. So at least once a week, we have to get into the confined space tank, pull those filters out, and replace them with new ones, clean ones. We've already actually in the last several months gone through the system multiple times. We've found some items had to be upgraded and replaced, as well as, we're purchasing chemicals, cleaning chemicals, as well as the pool chemicals, muriatic acid and chlorine, that make sure that we're targeting that narrow range of water chemistry. And then we have utility costs such as electricity, water that we're accounting for, and we've set up a wireless network to be able to communicate to the computer controllers from our smartphones. We've also estimated at $57,000 our estimated staff time. That includes our public works leadership time spent on the splash pad, as well as our maintenance staff. So we have a range that we presented, $195,000 to $235,000 for this first year of maintenance and operations. Some of that does include, of course, disposable items and chemicals and mechanical replacements. Okay, the big event, Thursday, May 21st. We hope the community shows up in numbers. Bring your swimsuit, bring a towel. We will have public messaging going out this week through the city's channels to announce that event. It's going to be a really fun event. One of the sad things that I've had to witness is when we've been running the splash pad to test the systems, every kid at the playground comes over, drapes themselves on the fence, and just stares at the water. So this will be a really fun event where we get to take that fence down, invite all the kids on board, because I know they're eagerly anticipating this great event. So thank you. We'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Kiriakou.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, George, for that presentation. I'll start off by kind of dovetailing on what you were just saying. You have all those kids kind of staring from the outside. I think you'll also have rival council members from other jurisdictions kind of hanging by the fence and staring from the outside. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, I woke up right when we were doing our groundbreaking ceremony a few years back, and I was greeted by an item on Facebook from Councilmember Mike Jordan in Santa Barbara, where he was sharing the City of Goleta groundbreaking ceremony media, and the caption, "See, even Goleta gets a splash pad." So I would just like to reiterate what I've already done privately to Mike, which is to invite him to our grand opening and to enjoy the splash pad. Sometimes it's scary to be first. Be the first in a community that's doing something like this. And we should be honest, there's been some unanticipated costs, there's been some hiccups, there have been some surprises. We've tried and we've learned. And that will, it'll make it easier for those that come after us. But I'm really glad that we're here now and really supportive of all the good work that our staff has done. And there's just so many good things happening in the good land right now, and this is just the latest one. I mean, you got the new train station about to open, our new library is on the way, some things that are less glamorous but really important, like the crib wall being replaced in Western Goleta, really important. Other pretty things like the new mural that just went up at Santa Barbara Aquatics in Old Town. And pretty soon you'll be able to interact with World Cup soccer right here in Goleta. And you can even maybe watch some World Cup soccer at one of our Meet Me in Old Town block parties. So just lots of really good things happening right now. I don't know if anyone saw the LA Times article, but Goleta's where it's at. Goleta's having a moment, and this is just one more example of it. So just thank you so much for your hard work. The one question I guess I do have is for You highlighted what the operating costs should be in the near term, just based on the initial startup. What do we anticipate kind of normal operating costs once things kind of settle down?
Councilmember Kiriakou. I think our estimate was probably, approximately 15% less from some of those startup costs, but we really won't know until we get into operations. And one of the big key items is that confined space filter, and it is really dependent on the contaminant load. So if we start to see the pressures increase, we may need to replace more than once a week, and so that could significantly change our price. So we'll have a better idea after this season, or even after the first month, we will have a better idea of what it's going to cost us going forward.
Okay. And then, you mentioned that the floor, in order to make it a safer surface and to not have bumps and bruises and scrapes, will be, I think the technical term that was used was squishy. Do we anticipate that, like, kids will be slipping and sliding, like sliding into first kind of a thing, or like when we've done our observations of how these actually work out in the wild, like what kinds of common things are used that take advantage of a squishy, slippery floor, or a squishy, grippy floor, perhaps?
Mayor and Council, if you've ever seen a group of toddlers run around, that's what we're anticipating. Is
Okay.
There's going to be wild pandemonium.
Okay.
The great thing about the floor is that it is slip resistant.
Okay.
So it offers that impact attenuation cushioning as well as a slip resistance. These types of floors are designed for aquatic settings, so it has some grip to it, and will reduce the likelihood of those unanticipated tumbles.
Okay. Well, this is a great thing. There's not a lot of places in Old Town for people to keep cool. We don't have a cooling center, so I think this is going to be a welcome addition to kids in the summer that want to be able to stay cool when it gets hot. So, thank you.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. Well, I share the excitement that we're so close to opening. And actually, my question was going to be about the surface. Since we haven't had the opportunity to kind of feel it or stand on it yet, that we have thought about kind of potentials for slipping. So that's exciting. I guess related to that question, I can imagine a lot of movement of kids between the splash pad and the playground. So have you thought through any potential hazards or issues related to the rest of the play equipment being wet a lot?
Mayor and Council, the playground itself should be fairly durable, and kids are on that playground early morning. I've been out there when it's dewy after rain. The playground floor itself also has that impact attenuating surface. One of the things that we are looking at the transition area between the splash pad and the playground is we do have 2 landscape planters with some bark mulch that we do want to keep an eye on, because the potential for that to migrate onto the splash pad and then get into the water system. So we're keeping a close eye on that.
Great. That was my only question. Really excited. Thank you.
Councilmember Kasdan.
Yeah, well, 2 things. One is, I think it's Michael Bennett
Yes.
that really
That's what I was gonna say.
deserves credit. So Michael out there, I think he was one of the people who cared most about encouraging this. So shout out. The other is just, you alluded to some of the bumps in the road, the travails, but it is quite a struggle that you've gone through just in terms of how to do maintenance and whether we could contract or train. And it's been, a tribute in part to our perseverance in following up and seeing it through. It's been, and, so you all kept working it, and we're soon to get to the finish line, hopefully wet. And I just remember, I used to live in D.C., and my son was young and had splash pads there. And they're, for the right age, they are awesome, especially you hear, actually, more accurately, you hear the excitement, you hear the kids from far away, this peals of laughter and screaming. It's just a wonderful thing. It really enhances the, not just that park, but for the city as well. So I'm very excited. Thank you.
Oh, I just want to comment quickly on the fact that Councilmember Michael Bennett never gave up on this idea. And I think I gave him a little bit of hard time. I said, oh, just get the kids a hose. What do they need? I did. And teasing. I was teasing him. But he was like relentless. He did not stop. And I'm so glad we're finally seeing it happen. And it's so exciting. I can't wait to see this and hear the squeals of delight, especially the first day. Wow. So thank you. I do have a question about the filters. They have to be completely replaced. You can't like clean them. And I mean, that's kind of going to be the biggest expense, looks like.
Mayor, so when we pull the filters out on Wednesday, we actually take them back to our corporate yard and we have a cleaning process.
Okay.
So we actually have 3 sets of filters in
Oh, I see.
rotation. As
So
we
they're
pull
not
them out.
totally replaced
Correct.
each time. I was like, wow.
They're not replaced each time, but they do have a finite life. So as we're cleaning, we inspect to make sure that the pleats on them are not torn.
Okay.
But we've got 3 sets in rotation, anticipating that annually we would need to replace the set.
Great.
Yep.
Do we have any speakers, public speakers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. For those of you on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Well, I hope somebody, I don't know if I have Michael Bennett's number, but I hope somebody might have his number and definitely. Okay, good, thank you. He has to come. All right, thank you. Thank you so much for your report and all your work. Yeah,
And then do we have an emotion?
thanks. Okay, next item.
A motion for the agreement?
Oh,
There's an
we
action
have,
item,
we
I
have
believe.
a
There's
motion.
I believe there's an agreement on this item.
Yes, receive, yes, authorize the city manager, yes, we do have a motion. Who would like to make that motion?
Oh, I'll make it.
Okay, don't all jump at once. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Carriaco.
Oh, do I need to actually read it?
I think so.
Okay.
See, now.
And no one wants to put it on the screen for me to make it easy to find? I am moving. I am almost there. I move that we receive a presentation on the proposed splash pad operations schedule and estimated costs, and B, authorize the city manager to execute amendment number 2 to General Services Agreement number 2022-112 with Rich and Famous, Inc., DBA Big Green Cleaning Company for janitorial services for parks and open space, increasing the agreement amount by $45,000 for a total not to exceed amount of $1,466,213.33 with a termination date of June 30th, 2027.
Do I have a second? Okay, okay. Okay, roll call vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, please lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Aye.
Councilmember Kasdan.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Yes.
And Mayor Perotti.
Aye. It's unanimous. Ayes have it. Okay, thank you.
Next item will be item B4, Hollister Avenue Old Town Interim Striping Project Update.
Hello?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Melissa Angelis, and I'm the project manager for the Hollister Avenue Interim Striping Project and Project Connect. Presenting with me this evening are Derek Rapp, the city's contract traffic engineer, and Shannon Kern, assistant to the city manager. Tonight, we'll be providing an update on the Hollister Avenue Interim Striping Project, and we'll give a brief background on the project, discuss the improvements, public outreach, project approach, project goals, evaluation of results, the Old Town business environment, and the next steps. As a brief note, slide 3 of the PowerPoint presentation has been updated to include additional background information. Plans to modify the Hollister Avenue corridor through Old Town Goleta have been discussed in various venues for many years. Prior to the city's incorporation, the County of Santa Barbara adopted the Goleta Old Town Revitalization Plan, which identified improvements to Hollister Avenue. The City of Goleta adopted the Revitalization Plan and capital improvement projects as part of its incorporation in 2002, which included the Hollister Avenue redesign project. In 2014, the city received notification of award of a Transportation Investment Generating Economic Recovery, or TIGER grant. The City of Goleta was only one of 3 agencies awarded this highly competitive grant to be used toward the Hollister Avenue Complete Streets Corridor planning project, also known as the Corridor Study. The goal of the Corridor Study was to identify improvement projects which would transform the stretch of Hollister Avenue extending from Fairview Avenue to State Route 217 into a complete streets corridor, and focused on providing improvements that consisted of strong and safe transit connections, transportation infrastructure upgrades, visual and physical enhancements, improved pedestrian and handicapped accessibility, dedicated bicycle lanes, and green infrastructure facilities such as rain gardens and bioswale medians to manage stormwater. In 2016, the city began the Complete Streets Corridor project. The city performed extensive public outreach efforts, which included public surveys, meetings, workshops, and a walking and biking tour. Feedback gathered from the community helped shape the street design concepts aimed at providing multimodal access and parking efficiency, ultimately guiding the development of the Hollister Avenue Old Town Interim Striping Project, which was approved by the City Council in 2021 and completed in July 2024. Staff provided an update on the project in March 2025. At that time, staff reported that the project included extensive community stakeholder involvement and public outreach. In total, 9 community meetings were held between 2018 and 2024. When the project was incorporated as a change order to Project Connect, outreach efforts were managed by the Project Connect outreach team. Outreach efforts included in-person visits to over 100 Old Town businesses, postcard mailers to over 2,000 parcels, articles in the Monarch Press, media releases, personalized outreach to several stakeholders and property managers of impacted multifamily residential properties. The dedicated project webpage was regularly updated with construction details. Additionally, a dedicated project phone number and email were used to field inquiries. As previously reported, between May and November 2024, the city received 121 public inquiries regarding the project. Interest peaked in July with an average of 19 weekly inquiries, but declined afterward, with only 7 inquiries recorded between November 2024 and February 2025. Since that time, feedback has remained limited. Between March 2025 and March 2026, the city has received a total of 10 inquiries. These comments were primarily related to concerns and dislike of the back-end angled parking. Additional feedback included 1 request for Americans with Disabilities Act accessible parking in Old Town and 1 request for parking signage in Spanish. I will now hand the presentation over to Mr. Rapp. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Angelis. And here on the screen is an overview of the project area that we'll be discussing this evening, which is essentially the Old Town Hollister corridor between Fairview and Kinman. And again, to remind council of the original project goals, which were to increase the number of parking spaces, as well as the availability of parking, to reduce traffic speeds, reduce collisions, improve conditions for bikes and pedestrians, all while maintaining traffic flow. And I'm happy to report that the data thus far is showing that we are meeting those goals. This is a daily traffic volume comparison from pre-project through current time. As you can see, you might recall in 2024, 2025, toward the end of 24, beginning of 25, we collected data along Hollister and saw about 16,500 vehicles, which was a reduction from pre-project of about 18.5. And that was anticipated, if you'll recall. We did anticipate some reduction in traffic, not only due to, potentially due to the striping changes, but also due to the construction occurring adjacent at the 217. As you'll see, the data we've most recently collected shows that those volumes are holding strong. We're not seeing significant further decreases in volume on Hollister. Likewise, there was some concern expressed about potential diversion of traffic from Hollister onto some of the adjacent neighborhood roads and parallel streets. This shows a comparison of all three data points: pre-project in orange, blue end of 24, beginning of 25, and green end of 25, beginning of 26. As you can see, most patterns have held pretty consistent, with some increases over pre-project conditions, but all well within livable residential street volumes, which is typically around 1,000 to 1,500 per day. As far as on-street parking goes, we did add up to 19 spaces on Hollister in this area, mostly on the north side due to the back-end angle parking, provided much more capacity for parking spaces, as well as on the west end of the project between Orange and Nectarine, or Orange and Tecolote. As far as parking occupancy goes, we did, in addition to adding parking, we did institute a 90-minute parking restriction in an effort to try to get more turnover and more parking for merchants in the area. Also, the baseline for this was the famous Walker study in 2012, which sort of set the baseline for parking conditions in Old Town. That's the upper diagram on the top, showing that the majority of the people park along the north side toward the east end of Old Town. Since that time, a number of things have occurred in Old Town, including 3 public lots, one on Orange, one near the corner of Pine and Hollister, and then also along Carson Street, where we recently added new parking. And then obviously the 19 spaces along Hollister. There's also been a new mix of businesses since 2012, which could have definitely affected the parking distribution throughout the corridor. We also added wayfinding signage to help visitors find parking off of Hollister as well. The comparison between 2012 and 2025 shows a decrease in parking occupancy, which is expected when you increase the number of parking spaces. So this told us essentially that the number of parked vehicles was the same as pre-project. So not all of the additional parking that was being provided was being utilized. And if you look at the comparisons between 2025 and 2026, we see some of that occupancy coming back. So the north side and west side particularly, seeing increases in parking occupancy up from a range of 60 to 70% previously to well over 80% in some areas. Here's a comparison of the pre-project and post-project 2024-2025 prevailing speeds. And this shows about a 3 mile per hour reduction in prevailing speeds along Hollister. The comparison from 24, 25 to 2026 holds pretty constant. We're seeing, again, 3 to 4 mile an hour reduction over pre-project conditions. This is the one of the more interesting ones, collision comparison. I always like to caveat collision analysis over a very short period of time does not necessarily a trend make, but we are seeing very positive trends in all in fatalities and total collisions, dramatically down. 12 pre-project down to 4 post in the current year. Another good sign is we're achieving our goals of increased bicycle activity in Old Town. You can see the AM and PM numbers all ramping up over time. And even more significantly, pedestrian activity, all increasing. And again, this is a comparison of pre-project and post-project level of service analysis at Pine and Nectarine, intersection of Pine and Nectarine with Hollister. We did see a dip from pre-project from level service B to level service C in 2024 or 2025. And the analysis, the current analysis for the end of this year, end of last year, beginning of this year, is back operating at a level service B. So pretty consistent with pre-project conditions. And just to reiterate, we are achieving our goals that we set out by increasing parking spaces and availability. The utilization is increasing of the additional parking spaces. Reduced traffic speeds by 3 to 4 miles per hour. Significant reductions in collisions, although we do like to see 3 to 5 years of time before we can call it a win. But positive trends at this point. Improved conditions for bikes and pedestrians, which are being shown by great increases in activity in Old Town for both bikes and pedestrians. And we're demonstrating that we are maintaining traffic flow. We do expect traffic flow to improve as construction continues on the roundabouts and that gets completed. We do expect traffic flow to improve beyond current conditions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Kern for economic observations.
Great, thanks, Derek. So each quarter, the city reviews sales tax data to understand how businesses across the city are performing, how trends shift across industry groups, and how local results compare to citywide and regional patterns. While sales tax is a valuable indicator of spending patterns and business activities, it doesn't quite capture the full scope of economic activity, as many essential services, such as healthcare, professional services, and financial transactions, are not subject to sales tax. So for this analysis, it's focused on the Old Town Triangle area by reviewing just a snapshot of the local sales tax data while considering the broader economic factors that influence consumer spending. So on this first slide, this chart shows the Old Town's unadjusted sales tax revenue for the third quarter, so this is between July and September, over the last 3 years broken down by major industry group. As a reminder, unadjusted sales tax receipts means the raw quarterly totals that have not been corrected for one-time payments, late filings, or other timing inconsistencies that can distort year-over-year comparisons. But as you can see, after a decline in 2024, the revenue rebounded in 2025 to roughly $604,000. Most of this increase comes from the autos and transportation industry group in the dark blue at the bottom. This is largely due to stronger vehicle sales. It's also fuel service stations also attribute to this with the reopening of a gas station after a temporary closure. And then the food and drug industry also increased nearly 30%, largely due to the cannabis-related businesses. Restaurants did see a decline by about 6%, but this has reflected reduced fast casual activity and an increase in price sensitivity and things like tip fatigue. This was seen kind of across the board. And so on to the next slide. This slide shows the two separate year-over-year percentage change compared across the 5 geographies. So the Old Town, citywide core, countywide, and statewide. And citywide core excludes Old Town, allowing for a comparison between it and the rest of the city. So as you can see in 2025, Old Town sales tax performance did increase, and it nearly returned to the 2023 levels attributed to the vehicle sales, as I mentioned earlier. But you also notice a decline in the citywide and the citywide core. These were primarily driven by missing sales tax payments of about $150,000 in general consumer goods industries. But when those are adjusted back in, citywide and core trends shift to slightly positive increases. And so while these charts just show a snapshot of Q3, there are more detailed table broken down by major industry group for each of these geographies and a multi-year trend chart that is included in attachment 2 of the staff report. But this just kind of gives a high-level overview. And with that, I'll pass it back to Melissa.
Thank you, Ms. Kern. The next steps for staff will be to monitor traffic conditions after construction, meet with concerned citizens, consider modifications to address concerns in alignment with the project goals, and report back to the City Council as requested. That concludes our presentation. Staff's available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As promised, you said as soon as the roundabouts were functioning that we'd have this report, and you did it. So thank you. I appreciate that. Questions? Councilmember Carriaco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, I mean, just an observation to begin. I mean, it seems like, with of course, the hedge that it's still early, it seems like a lot of the things that we want to be up are up, and a lot of the things that we want to be down are down. What are the things that we want to be up? More people being able to park in Old Town and having a place to park. That seems to be happening. Reduced number of people getting involved in car crashes, which is good for drivers, not hitting another car. It's good for cyclists, not getting hit by a much larger vehicle, and really good for pedestrians where you have nothing protecting you. All of those things seem to be going down. But the things that are going up is safety, parking, sales tax seems to be rebounding. It really does seem like even before the roundabouts, just as someone that lives in Old Town, just an observation, it seems like once Public Works did the traffic switch to the other side of the bridge, when the bridge was half done and you were able to disable the light that was holding back eastbound traffic, that choke chain that people were talking about, where you just had backups during peak periods, just seemed to really go away. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't backups. I mean, we see backups at peak hours really starting at Fairview. We see backups whenever someone uses one of the flashing beacon sidewalks. That's going to happen. But what I appreciate is the backups don't seem to last very long. In my experience, I can now get through Old Town in a couple minutes, just like I used to. The difference is you don't have to go 35 miles an hour to do it. You can do it at 25, which is what we want. And so to me, the most important thing, besides the crash data, is the speed. That average speed has gone down, not because traffic's at a standstill all the time or a lot of the time, but it's going down because we've created the conditions where that makes sense. So I'm really encouraged by that. One question that I had, there's in the recommendations, it's saying possible next steps. It talks about potentially making adjustments. What would be involved with making adjustments? And the reason why I ask is, this project has been at times maligned for use of the word interim. And I think what people forget is this was an effort to save a whole lot of public money and save a whole lot of headache if people hated it. We had a approved project, the Complete Streets project, that was the result of years of public input, lots of meetings, and it would have cost a lot of money, putting in curb, gutter, and sidewalk, and medians, and all the landscaping. And then if the roundabouts weren't working, and traffic was at a standstill, and people were miserable, undoing that investment in public infrastructure by not doing an interim project to see if the traffic pattern could work would have been an incredible breach of public trust. So I'm really proud that we now know the traffic pattern can work. We now know that people will park and people will stay. Even as the number of cars passing through the corridor has gone down, the number of people stopping and parking has gone up. That's good for the long-term future of Old Town as in terms of developing a sense of place. So my question is, what I'm trying to get at is, does it make sense to start leaning into planning for actually doing the Complete Streets project that's on our capital improvement program and going out and trying to get some grants and active transportation dollars or other ways of starting to lean into that and use that process to make any adjustments, such as, do you want to do front-end angle parking, and actually truly bring Old Town back to the way it was in the 60s and 50s when the business district had front-end angle parking in one lane, and really kind of go back to that. Do we want to maybe have a center turn lane that's a more consistent thing, and maybe we sacrifice the idea of extending the sidewalks a little bit, which was in the original Complete Streets plan? Do we want to consider one of the proposals, which is to go back to parallel parking on the north side, because we still have parallel on the south side? I think people forget that. And really enjoy having like 5 more feet of sidewalk and be able to have cafe tables out for some of the restaurants that would probably really appreciate being able to keep customers longer and have them stay longer. So I guess what I'm asking is, how onerous of a process would it be to go out, evaluate, and come back while we're still in this interim phase, maybe making left turns easier in some places, or reconfiguring the parking from one direction to another? Or does it make more sense at this point to just kind of do that as part of the Complete Streets project?
Councilmember.
Just a really easy question.
Councilmember Kiriakou, members of council. Multi-part question there. I really do think, though, that one of the major functions, like you mentioned, the interim striping project, was to evaluate a number of the elements that were in the original Complete Streets plan in more of a interim fashion, less expensive fashion. And thus far, many of the components that we have tried, at least according to the goals that we set out at the beginning, have been successful, have proven successful. What we've also set out to do as a part of this project was to request and receive feedback from the people that live and breathe this concept every day. And getting that input will allow us to build a more useful, compatible, permanent solution in the future. And it really allows us to make the best use of our time and funds that we're doing today. So to get to the core of your question, I do think that it is too soon to start seeking out it. Well, first of all, it's too soon to start declaring that this is a complete success. 2, it's too soon to go out seeking money for permanent solutions without having Project Connect completed. I think we need some more time because here's what's going to happen when Project Connect is completed. The people will go back to a new pattern, or either go back to the original patterns that they had, or will go to an entirely new pattern because of the new conditions out there. And we don't know yet what that will be. So I think we need to continue this process of evaluation and reporting until a reasonable time after completion of the roundabouts at a minimum. in order to, before we can start talking about permanent solutions, in my opinion.
Okay. I guess the one thing I'll say in response to that, and then you can respond, is all of this is happening in an environment that's not a vacuum. And lots of other things can and will change. And let me be a little bit more clear about what I mean there. What are the positive things that we know are going to change? Well, we know the 217 work will end, so you won't have as much of a detour effect happening where traffic is being detoured onto Hollister. That'll be a positive. You'll have Equil extended. That will provide another route for the UPS trucks that, go in and out of there. They can avoid Hollister if they want. They can take Equil off of Pine, and other businesses will have routes in and out of there, which is great. But we also know other things are going to be changing, right? Those roundabouts will be great, and the level of service is going to be incredible. But if we wait too long to do the Complete Street project, what are some other things that are going to happen? Well, we know the Georgie project is moving through a builder's remedy process. We know that the cared property behind Goleta Valley Cottage Hospital, that project is happening. And I guess the thing I would put out there is, if you wait too long, it might be harder to maintain public support as they see more trips being generated. And like, oh, things still seem fine. The roundabouts are working, Hollister's still working. Do you really want to mess it up? So do you have a reaction to waiting, or we know what's working, and then maybe some of these county projects have to design around us rather than us having to design around them?
Well, Councilmember Kiriakou and members of council, I also think that City Council, first of all, by initiating the Complete Street study and all of the effort council has done up to this point, including the interim striping project, has expressed a desire by the council to make Old Town a destination and not just another part of the roadway network per se. There already has been quite a amount of commitment on the council's part to do that, and I believe the analysis of to try to do a public improvement racing against potential development. I'm not so sure that, one, that would be successful, and two, that necessarily it would be prudent, because of the fact that we want to design this Old Town based on input from the community that we're getting on the interim improvements, with the conditions, with the surrounding conditions of what's known right now, which is the Project Connect. To try to extrapolate that into the rest of it, it's a real challenge. And I understand the pressure that could be, the public pressure that could come of that, but that, I think that's going to have to be a discussion amongst council as to what the commitment is there.
I appreciate your response. The only thing I'll add is, I think it's at least as important, if not more important, that how we choose to execute or not execute the Complete Streets project, which is already an approved capital improvement project on our CIP list, or not, it's just as important, if not more, that when we're thinking about that, we're thinking about making Old Town work better for the people that live and work there already. That needs to be as important a consideration as efforts to make Old Town a destination. I know a lot of people that are in Old Town that already feel like it's the place to be. They don't, and they're actually more worried about gentrification. From my standpoint, an interim project can be changed any given Tuesday. A Complete Streets approved project that there's already been a public process to do, and then it's just about having some more public process about how to properly execute it. I don't know. I think there's a compelling public policy interest in having that conversation and getting to that conversation of, does this thing actually belong on our CIP list or not? Because if it does, but we just leave it as interim, then the detractors are right. Oh, it was never interim. This was just a backdoor attempt to sneak something by the public when no one was paying attention. When in reality, we were trying to be fiscally responsible. We were trying to not spend $15, $20 million to make something happen and then hope it was going to work. So anyway, I appreciate the conversation. I know there's a lot of other lights on. I'm sure people want to get into this conversation, so I'll stop there.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank staff for, responding over, since the striping was done, for responding and, making tweaks and adjustments along the way. I think that those were important, and even the contract modification so that we could add some of the signage about public parking. I think that's important because if somebody doesn't feel as comfortable with the back-end angled parking, we have other public parking that's available. And for those who are maybe less familiar with the neighborhood, that can help them find their way. So I think that's been important. And it's good to see the trends, going in the right direction in terms of council goals. There's maybe a few areas where I think, I guess at least for me as an individual, where I think I submitted some questions because I wanted to make sure it's clear where maybe there's still a little bit of where maybe the setup isn't 100% clear, or maybe it's just me. So I had submitted some questions and just want to make sure, I guess I put it out there. So the questions I had related, first related to both Magnolia and Orange. So, I mean, one of the challenges of this entire project, right, is that we're dealing with this historic infrastructure, right, like misaligned streets and, right, driveways. So one thing I've learned from our city staff is that, like, left turns, apparently humans are not good at making left turns safely and successfully. So that, one of the goals of this project, while at times inconvenient, is to reduce left turns. So at Magnolia, can staff clarify, so as you're approaching Hollister, so my understanding correct is it's no left turns for Magnolia, is that correct?
Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, at Magnolia, there is no restriction.
Oh, there's no restriction at Magnolia, okay.
On Orange,
but at Orange,
there are restrictions.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So I think I guess I could personally say that at least as it related to Orange, like it seemed, I think there's signage on maybe on one side and not the other.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, I can double check.
Yeah.
I know that originally we installed right turn only signage below each stop sign.
Right.
And we can certainly check to make sure that those have not, any of them have not been removed. But we did make a very intentional choices. A lot of choices have to be made and trade-offs being made between access and safety.
Right.
And we tried to do that by minimizing inconvenience as much as possible and maximizing safety. And that had to do with the number of existing left turns that were already occurring at certain locations.
Right.
And also the complexity of the intersection. So for example, at Orange, there's a lot more going on. You have the beacon that's there. You have the merging traffic that you're heading, as you're heading eastbound. So there's a lot of things that are dividing the attention of the driver. And so that was part of the decision in making the left turn restrictions at that location. Left turns do create more conflicts. That just inherently, you have multiple directions that you have to deal with. And minimizing those, the goal of minimizing those is to reduce the collisions. And so far, we're seeing the benefits of that. So
That's helpful. Yeah, I think there may be opportunities in the corridor, and I'm not sure it's signage. I'm mindful that sometimes too much signage can also be confusing. But I guess to the extent, I know that I've personally seen some illegal left turns out of Orange, and some of it might be some periods of enforcement activity, but in any case, that there might be, I don't know, I'm not the traffic expert, but I do think there might be some areas where maybe, I don't know if it's signage, where there might be opportunities, again, for minor tweaks. I know we also have on our CIP list to look at in the future is also a potential crossing at Magnolia. I do think in the future, there also might be some opportunity for us to add more, even additional clarity at Magnolia in that intersection beyond just a beacon, just to add to that. And then I did also ask, as people turn into, so there are designated areas where people, separate from the intersections, where people can pull in and make legal left turns, but that are not at the main intersections. But my understanding is folks are not supposed to make a U-turn in those smaller non-intersection areas. Is that correct?
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, that is correct. Old Town Hollister is considered what is considered by the Vehicle Code a business district. And according to the Vehicle Code, there are no U-turns permitted mid-block in a residence district. They technically are permitted at intersections as long as they're not signed otherwise, but we have intentionally signed many of them, except for, I believe, eastbound at Kinman. We have signed no restricted U-turns, and that's, again, for safety reasons.
Right, okay. Yeah, I do appreciate, I think that was a modification, the U-turn at Kidman. I know that in my adjustments to the striping that I've used that signaled U-turn frequently. So I do think that one was helpful. Okay, I think I have other comments later, but those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Caston.
Thank you. So first, I wanted to just an observation with respect to Councilmember Kiriako's sort of concerns about the temporary versus permanent. The one thing, two things I'd point out, or one. Anyway, that first, I don't think that we have to be attentive to the pace of the county projects, because even if whether ours are temporary or ours are permanent, it's not going to have any impact on the density of their development. That essentially the state law says nothing comes between the housing density and so if it turns out that the congestion would be a more or less intolerable level, it doesn't mean that they have to reduce the density of the project, as I understand. Having said that, though, one thing, Ms. Buelna, or whoever would like to answer, this was a CIP project. So when we did our traffic study, I assume then for all those county projects and other projects, will be collecting DIF fees to potentially pay for that project, the permanent status projects, and that includes the county contributing?
Councilmember Kasdan, if you're talking about the Complete Streets project, that is a DIF project that's eligible.
Okay, so it will be, to the extent that the county projects are going forward, they will be contributing to pay for the
Councilmember
Complete
Kasdan
Streets.
and members of council, DIF fees only apply to projects within the city. Our DIF fees do not apply to county projects.
So any monies that we are going to potentially get from the county are just negotiated, that it's worked out as far as their impacts on our streets. It'll all be a consequence of whatever they and us can mutually achieve? Is that?
Potentially.
Okay, but they have
Our
no.
DIF fees do not apply to county projects.
Our DIF fees don't apply, and, right, and, okay. So when it comes to both this project and Glen Annie and so forth, our contributions towards our traffic study projects, our CIP projects, maybe they're contributing, maybe they're not, it's to be determined?
Councilmember Kasdan, as we do the DIF, we look at our CIP projects and we develop percentages that we would owe and then potential percentages that we would think the county would be responsible for. But at this time, we don't have a mechanism to collect that. That's
Okay,
correct.
so we present that to them and then hope that they feel some underlying responsibility or
That's a
something?
potential vector.
Yes, okay. Thank you. One thing, when you were presenting the information about bikes and pedestrians, and then one thing that struck me is that you showed a big increase in the volume of the traffic of bikes and pedestrians. All other things being equal, in other words, if our accident rates hadn't changed, we would see a dramatic increase in the number of accidents, the raw number of accidents, simply because there was more trips by bicycles and pedestrians going on. So we should have seen, if the program, if there wasn't an effect on safety, we would have seen an increase in the number of accidents. The fact that we didn't see that, in a way you would want to, if you're looking at it on a proportional basis or per capita basis, it's much more dramatic, the impact on safety.
Councilmember Kasdan, that's correct. From a pure rate standpoint, it's say the rate of collisions stayed constant with a dramatic increase in pedestrians and bikes, you would expect an increase in collisions. That's correct.
Yeah, so, you know, when it's more of an acclaim, so to speak, for the safety consequences of the project to recognize that?
Thus far, that is true.
Yes, good. I guess just one other thing is that one of the things with respect to, and this is just for my colleagues, that one of the goals for this project, to me, was also that partially by slowing down the traffic, but partially also by making it more bike and pedestrian, especially pedestrian friendly, we were taking advantage of the walkability of Old Town, that a sense of place. And to the extent that we are able to, as we go forward, as the Economic Development Committee meets, to look at opportunities, whether it's zoning or other ways that would sort of encourage and enhance the opportunities for businesses to cultivate the visitors. So, you know, I mean, UCSB is so super close, and yet I don't know if we get, you know, Noodle City, is it? I guess they get a lot, but, you know, if there's ways to attract more restaurants, or as Councilmember Kiriakou observed when he was talking about complete streets, the tables outside, something like that might be helpful. But things that would, you know, once you get people walking around for a couple of things, they'll walk for other things, so to speak. It's just very pleasant. And so, you know, I don't know if brew pubs, do we need to adjust zoning to enable more brew pubs or something like that, or yes? But wine tasting and things, those, having a few more there will bring more people walking around, and it'll be a effect, a synergy kind of thing that'll affect all the businesses. So otherwise, it looks great. So thank you.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Well, brew houses are fun, but I was also thinking of a library or a museum, other kinds of things. So there's a lot of potential ideas. Thank you. I just a couple of things I wanted to mention. I also, one of my big takeaways was the strong increase in pedestrian activity. I think especially as we read so much of cities, really all over California, that are cities and communities that are struggling with finding ways to bring people out into communities, especially into downtown or commercial corridors. And seeing that is really positive, and I think there's a lot of opportunity there for us as a city to continue to foster that and really promote that. Everybody wants safe, walkable communities. That is definitely something I heard over and over in many of the community meetings that have happened over many, many years, from residents in Old Town, but also from residents in other parts of Goleta who like coming to Old Town. They want it to be safe, walkable. They want things to be able to walk to and experience. They want a variety of, retail or shopping or, any number of activities you might do out and about. Old Town is also such a great kind of eclectic mix of local businesses, and I think we do so much to try to promote that. It is really unique. It has a unique character, and I love seeing that there's more people out and about. That piece, I think, is most evident to me, just being out, whether it's to get coffee or something. The increase in people just out walking around is really evident, and so I'm glad that the data really reflects that as well. So with that, I think, it's even more important, I think, to me, that we make sure that we continue to support a design that really promotes pedestrian safety, especially if we do start to see more housing. I think then it becomes even more important to really take that into consideration. I really appreciate these points we've had to look at the data. I think we have some really strong indicators that some things are working and some things we maybe still need more time to see the data. And so I think on that note, to this question of, we have continued to call this an interim project. And I am really committed to a process that kind of closes the loop on that. I do think that in my conversations with the public, we do need to have that. And what that looks like, I think this Complete Streets process could definitely be a way to do that. But I do think we need to have that conversation with the public about now what does a more permanent design look like for Old Town's current state and its future state, and what we want as a community. And so I'm really open to what that process could be. I think Complete Streets makes sense. And I think we've already identified, not just in this meeting, but in previous meetings, what some of those pain points continue to be and some potential ways to alleviate that. I think that process is really important. And then it's important to share this, kind of data with the public and to hear more from them. And I think a process that takes this conversation out into Old Town is really important. So those are my comments for now. And so thank you. I really appreciate getting this point to look at this.
Thank you. And I'd like to echo what you just said about anybody that knows me well enough knows that I'm such an advocate for pedestrian and bicycle safety. So, that's always been something so important to me. And I will say that in the beginning, when we did the striping project, and folks were just still used to riding on the sidewalk, and I would get calls and look, they're still riding on the sidewalk, and I thought, but give them time. they're going to see that it's so much better to be on the street right now because everybody, you know, has their lane. You know, pedestrians have theirs, the bicycles have theirs, and the cars know where they're supposed to be as well. So it's a perfect, perfect mixture, and I see more bikes. Definitely, I'm not down there as much as you, but Councilmember Carriaco, but I go there quite frequently just because I want to see how things are going, and it seems like they're not riding on the sidewalks anymore. I don't know, there may still be some, but I see a lot more on the street where they're designated to go. So thank you for that. I do have one quick question. I don't know, maybe it was in the report and I missed it. Do we know how it's going for the delivery trucks and how's that going?
Mayor and council, to my knowledge, we have not heard any feedback one way or the other.
Okay. Nope. So sometimes no news is good news? You know, they're not saying, no?
It's possible, but the point is taken that, you know, to do some of that information sharing with the public, perhaps you could get more feedback.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to hear from them because I know there was some concern expressed. So that's all I have to say for now because I'm sure the public wants to say something. So if we can call on public speakers.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. For those of you on the Zoom webinar, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. We do have 2 in-person speakers. Our first in-person speaker is Sarah Ionarone. All speakers will have 3 minutes.
Thank you again, and thank you for your investments in this project. I came here in person tonight to signal that MOVE continues to wholeheartedly support the Hollister Avenue interim striping project, and we appreciate staff's thoughtful approach to community engagement, to data collection, and project evaluation. It really does help build trust with the public when we say we're going to do something, we measure it and follow through. The numbers really speak for themselves, don't they? The number of people riding bicycles is up significantly. The number of people walking is up even more. Vehicle collisions are down and speeds are down with that 85th percentile speed now under 30 miles per hour. That saves lives even when collisions occur. This is what good street design delivers, and the economic benefits accrue beyond sales tax revenue. Vibrant main streets attract talent, tourism, and investment. And more immediately, as gas prices are hovering around $7 a gallon, every safe trip taken on foot or by bicycle is saving families money that can be spent on eating out at local businesses and even paying the rent. And so we're here tonight to underline staff's recommendation to stay the course. With the Project Connect roundabouts nearing completion and continued investments in a complete public and active transportation network, the congestion concerns some businesses have raised should continue to resolve. Now is not time to shift course. It is time to let the data mature. And we do appreciate the sense of urgency for a safe, complete corridor to ensure Old Town is a vibrant destination. For this, we encourage the council to keep a comprehensive Hollister Avenue Complete Streets initiative on the long-range capital improvement list. This corridor does deserve a permanent and visionary solution. And just one more remark, because it came up verbally but wasn't in the report. I do think that anti-displacement is quite important for small local businesses. As the property values increase, this is going to be a desirable destination. We want to make sure that the people who are there for a long time can continue to stay there. So thank you for your consideration and hearing my testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker is Richard Foster.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. You know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. You know, I look through this thing here and I see that many of the project's goals weren't met or failed to create any kind of significant change. On speed, the 75th percentile was reduced by 4.4 miles an hour, but the speed limit was lowered by 5 miles per hour. You could have achieved this without restriping by simply putting up lower speed limit signs. The majority of people are following it. Where Trumpian mathematics really takes into this whole project is on the sales tax revenue. I mean, from the staff reports that 2025 sales tax rebounded and nearly met 2023. I don't know who does their math, because from 2023 to 2025, inflation was 3% per year, so it should be about 6% higher without your project. Secondly, in January of 2024, we raised the sales tax rate by 1%, which is a 12.12% increase in the sales tax being collected. And yet, they still went down. In 2025, the numbers plummeted, and they were still lifted because they had 2 quarters collecting the sales tax. So if you take this and add 18.25% to the 2022 numbers, we should be collecting somewhere around $728,000 a day if you had not destroyed business in Old Town. Or you could subtract it from this year's numbers. You have the numbers all on your chart there. And realistically, what we're collecting in 22 numbers is $494,000, which is even less than last year's collections. You are still killing business despite more people and more bikes. The traffic report shows a 12% decrease, but you also increased trips on side streets by 500 vehicles. On fatalities, the staff chart is interesting. It shows an increase of 1 death, and then because the next year nobody dies, they show a 100% decrease in deaths. And then the summation, the dead guy disappears completely, and it's just a little blank line as if it never happened. Look at your summaries on this thing. Pedestrians, they do the same thing. It shows a pedestrian accident, shows a 100% reduction because in 2025 there was no pedestrian accident, and then suddenly there's nothing in the summary. This part, the way it's written is so skewed, it's more propaganda than anything else. The bike count, my big question would be, because I saw where the counts were done last time, is how many of these people are going north and south on Nectarine Avenue up to the Kitson property? That's where a lot of your bikes are. How many bikes are actually using the new bike lanes, and how many, as we were talking, still using the sidewalk? In summary, we've missed some of our target goals on this, and traffic's up on the residential streets, which residents I know all hate. Deaths went up nominally, but they went up. You can't just ignore them and somehow say there's no change. Pedestrian accident went up by 1, and we just pretend it never happened. And the Old Town, small town business sales continue to decline, despite more bikes and pedestrian. How do we keep going down in sales tax revenue if this vibrant project is taking off? Either way, limited parking and limited speed limit signs would have done most of what you've achieved for a lot less money. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our in-person speakers. Our first online speaker is Kyle Richards. If you'll please unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, City Council. It's good to see you tonight from afar. I want to say that, well, I obviously have a stake in this project as someone who supported it and voted for it. But I also, beyond that, have a stake in the success of this project because I live in. And I have to say, I'm very gratified to see that the numbers in the report support the personal experience of myself and thousands of residents and visitors to Old Town, that it appears that the goals of the project are being met. Parking availability has increased, traffic speeds have been reduced, collisions have been reduced, bicycle and pedestrian safety has improved, and the traffic flow has been maintained. And as a resident of Old Town, I'm grateful for the improvements that this has meant to our quality of life. As a pedestrian, as a bicyclist, as someone who walks my dog along Hollister Avenue in Old Town, I'm very grateful for the decreased speeds and safety improvements that were part of the project. It just feels calmer, it feels safer to cross the street, and it's easier to get around on foot, especially. And as a driver through Old Town, because yes, I do have a car, I want to echo what the mayor said about how it feels better to drive through Old Town because everyone has a lane and it seems like you know where you should be without worrying about hitting someone. Traffic continues to flow and the circulation is unobstructed. And with regard to reverse angle parking, I understand that there's a learning curve and that the parking, with that parking maneuver. And I also want to say that the reasons that the reverse angle configuration was selected are still valid. It offers increased safety for bicyclists because those who are pulling out of a parking space have a better view of their surroundings moving forward. And as well, it increases the safety for automobile drivers who have kids or pets or who want to load or unload from their trunk, as the reverse angle parking has a better orientation toward the curb. I also want to say that I appreciate the discussion you had about what's next and whether to look again at the Complete Streets project. There are additional enhancements that would significantly increase the experience of Old Town for residents and for visitors. And these would be much less expensive than what's already been invested, like benches, bike racks, landscaping, lighting, a plan for the community center lawn, which I believe is an underutilized space and could serve as a plaza under the canopy of mature trees, and things that create that sense of place, things that make you want to hang out and linger in the area, a feeling that it's a place that you want to be, a destination. So again, I want to thank you for your efforts, and I appreciate the success of this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyle.
I have no more speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay. Back to council. I think this is just to receive an update, but if there's any more comments or questions. Oh, Councilmember Carriaco.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, a few things just based on some of the comments I heard. The sales tax increase was passed in 2022. I think that you don't just measure sales tax performance based on rates, because the sales tax increased as a rate everywhere in the city, but Old Town seems to be doing better per capita over the last year than other parts of town based on what I'm aware of and what I've heard. So I find that interesting. Maybe it looks a little different from the view at El Encanto Heights about how business is doing in Old Town, but from the perspective of someone that lives in Old Town and shops in Old Town, seems like it's hanging in there, and the data would seem to reflect that. I don't understand how you could have such a drastic increase in not just parking spaces, but parking utilization, and then call the parking a disaster. I don't see how you could use such a gigantic increase in bike usage as a percentage and call that a failure. I mean, this was talked about as a safety project. So let me remind the member of the public that was saying you could have just saved Old Town safety by lowering the speed limit and called it a day. This corridor, when we voted on this 2 weeks before the election in 2022, this corridor was found to be 4 times the state average for car crashes. Car crashes. 3 times the state average for car crashes resulting in injury. Now, I don't have new California Office of Traffic Safety data that I can pull to say, and now that has gone lower, but we have the data that we do have. So when crashes are down and injuries are down, and it's safer for pedestrians and it's safer for cyclists, to me, that's a good thing for a project that was primarily talked about as being about safety. So some of the comments I heard, the math seems fuzzy and I don't follow. But I will say that I support staff recommendation to stay the course. I support staff recommendation to continue to evaluate this, to continue to get public feedback. I think that there was a lot of discussion before this project that traffic was going to be terrible. I'm not hearing a lot of complaints anymore about traffic. I'm just not. A couple of the comments I heard on the dais, yes, there are still people that ride their bike on the sidewalk. It's still safer for some people to do that, or what they're used to. Some people do that, and it's not illegal. It's okay. You can do it. You shouldn't do it. We'd rather you didn't. But people have that choice, especially if they're finishing the last part of their bike ride before they stop at one of the restaurants. Sometimes it's easier to stay on the bike to get in front of La Chapala Market or to get in front of Domingo's, and then exit your bike and then park it and then go shop or go eat. People do that. And what was the other thing? Oh, the delivery trucks. I think that there's definitely been a learning curve on the delivery trucks. I think at first the reaction of the businesses was to be frustrated that the delivery trucks didn't inherently know where to go. It seems that the delivery trucks have eventually been educated by staff or by the businesses. You're supposed to park in the center median. And that's increasingly what I'm seeing, but I've still seen delivery trucks parked in regular parking spaces and other spots. I mean, I've seen it. So I think we should just be honest and transparent. That's what I see every day in Old Town. I see the good and I see the could be better. I think there's still a need for more education. I still think there's a need for more outreach. But it's hard for me to objectively look at this progress report as anything other than a net positive. And I think the data reflects that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Yes, just briefly. I wanted to thank the council for supporting, bringing this update. I think I had asked to, or I was one of the folks who had asked to have an update, and I thought that was important for us to, even if it's imperfect data, to at least share, what information that we do know. I appreciated the transparency in terms of acknowledging that it's unadjusted, like the sales tax data. I think it's very, it's unadjusted. And I do think the comparison to the citywide data is an important point because, right, there's things that change. So I think having that comparative data is informative in terms of looking at Old Town versus citywide. So I thought that was a helpful piece of information. And me personally, it's easy to forget. The thing that really strikes me about the corridor is the noise reduction. As somebody who periodically, when I park and I walk, it's so much more pleasant as a pedestrian. I want to acknowledge, right, citywide, in the past couple of years, we've had a handful of pedestrian deaths. We have had one on Hollister. In Old Town, we had one on the western side of town, and then we had one on Kyrell in my neighborhood. And I know that this council remains strongly committed to continuing to evaluate and learn where we can, to continue to increase pedestrian safety, which is increasingly important as vehicle design is increasingly worse for pedestrians. So it's even more important for us to have safer streets as we compete against difficult vehicle design for pedestrians. So with that said, I think all of the trends are looking, hopeful, and we'll continue to have more information in the coming years. So thank you for the presentation.
I'm not seeing any more, and we already did public comment, so yes, go right ahead.
I just want to briefly just echo what Councilmember Smith, Mayor Pro Tem Smith, I didn't mean to demote you, Mayor Pro Tem Smith echoed about pedestrian deaths, and there having been a few in other parts of town. Just a final thought. There was a public comment that was made about the one pedestrian death that occurred the prior year. And they were referred to as just a line on a page and just kind of overlooked or forgotten. This project's origins are because there were multiple pedestrian deaths in Old Town. I have an Old Town business owner who was telling me about the woman that got dragged by a car bumper down Hollister in front of their shop. There were over 100 dangerous injury collisions between a pedestrian or a cyclist and a car in this corridor. It was not safe. Having it more closely resemble a busy boulevard in the San Fernando Valley with just nothing but lanes for cars and lots of open road to go really fast does not make it safer. And it certainly doesn't just make it safer because you put a different number on a sign than the number that was there before without fundamentally changing the way the street is designed and the way the street behaved. We got here because it was not safe. And so, yes, there was a tragedy. I didn't know the man personally, but I know his name. I went to a celebration of life. I talked to his family. I knew some of his family. If you want to read the police report, you can read the police report. It was a sad situation. and they were not in an intersection, and they were not crossing the street in a straight line. They were going at a long diagonal, and they were taking a long way across the street, and it was dark, and the driver that struck them was not from this area, was not familiar with the road. These are just facts that are in the police report. I'm not going to say anything else about the police report out of respect. But I assure you, Ricardo is not just a line on a page.
Okay. All right. So should we take a break? Let's take a break. How about 10 minutes? Okay, let's bring this meeting back to order. Please read the next item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That is item C1, Public Works Priority Setting Workshop, Fiscal Year 2026-27 Annual Work Program.
And Madam Mayor, I'm going to do a short introduction for this one.
Okay.
While they're getting their presentation, while the Public Works staff's getting their presentation ready. So this is the last of the department work plans, and you might recall that this work plan was scheduled for earlier, but we did delay it about 6 weeks. So back on January 20th at a council meeting, at that time there was a discussion, and the council requested that we do a Public Works, call it an open house, transportation open house.
Right.
That was branded then Street Talk, and we wanted to do a good job doing that. And so we said, well, we should have that open house before the work plan, because then it can kind of feed into the work plan. So that's why this one was delayed, and the Street Talk did occur. It was April 22nd, almost 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't able to attend. I was in Sacramento, and I think some of you weren't able to attend either. But we did a lot of outreach. The Public Works staff, I think, really did a great job setting it up and engaging with the community. Also included was a survey, which you might hear more about when they do their work plan, but the results are, they received over 600 surveys to the survey, so that's going to take a little time, but they're going to have that. But before they launch into their work plan, they're going to focus on their work plan just like the other departments tonight, but since it's kind of related, I wanted to start with that. And for those of you who could not attend, we did produce a very short video to give you a flavor of how Street Talk went. So with that, if you could cue up the video.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we are at the Public Works Street Talk Initiative. We want to really hear from you, so this is an open house style. We have 3 different tables, and we're calling it Table Talk, where you're welcome to sit down, look at the aerial map that we have of the city, and you can tell us what we're doing right, where we need to improve, any safety improvements you'd like to add.
I know it's going to fade, but boy, do I love the bright green.
Tonight we did Street Talk, where Public Works reached out to the public to get input on transportation, projects, and pavement needs. Our motto is bike it, walk it, drive it, shape it. So that was the intent of this open house.
The other thing, even just right here on a Hollister, I have to say, you know, the flashing light beacon.
I've never been part of any municipality or city where they open up and really want your feedback. So it's a good back and forth dialogue, and they're genuine, and I think that that's all we can ask for.
We're going to get all the information from the public, and it'll help us prioritize our capital improvement program projects. In addition to that, it'll really tell us what we need to look at when we're doing Vision Zero implementation. So Vision Zero is essentially a way of life, 0 fatalities, 0 injuries. Everyone should be safe on the road. So it was really important to get an idea of what transportation needs are important to them.
They're making a change, then they're being proactive about finding out what everybody's feedback is and actually listening, and then they make another change, ask the public. That's kind of what they're doing. They're doing it incrementally, and I think it's really smart.
We really want to get the public engagement and buy-in, because if we can do that and take any criticism they have, ideas they have, it's just going to make for a better, well-rounded project that everyone will enjoy. I think it was a successful open house. We had a lot of engagement. I noticed a lot of people at the tables discussing the different components of Vision Zero strategies, neighborhood traffic calming ideas, and what's important to them for pavement. So I think we got a lot of good engagement and good ideas, and this is all stuff that's going to help us shape our future capital improvement program transportation projects. So it's a great tool for engagement.
So thank you for letting us share that. Again, I thought it was a great event, and with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Buelna and her team to go through their
Can I
Public
say
Works work
something
plan.
really quick?
Sure.
I'm glad that you put that together so quickly, and I think something that may have been misunderstood that I said at one of our meetings. I said there was something missing. I can't remember exactly how I said it, but we're missing something. And it had nothing to do with you and all the hard work that you do. It had to do with what I was trying to get at is that when you have a group of people from different, with different concerns all sitting at the table and hearing from each other, you learn, and they learn. They learn, oh, I'm only complaining about pavement, but look what's going on over there. They really need, so I think it's a benefit. I don't know if that you had the opportunity to do that at Street Talk, where you bring everybody together and they share, or was it just stations? I think you did breakout too, but so I know that's not the topic for this evening, but you did bring it up, and I did want to make sure that it was clear that I wasn't saying anything negative about your performance at all. It was just what I feel is missing from this conversation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate that. And yeah, that was absolutely the intent of Street Talk and a Public Works Transportation Open House. So with that, we'll queue up the work
absolutely.
plan, if that's
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager Nesbitt. Good evening, Mayor Perotti and City Council. I'm Nina Buelna, your Public Works Director, and tonight I will be presenting the 26-27 Public Works Annual Work Program with our Business Manager, Sarah Fox, and our Assistant Public Works Director, Autumn Glazier. This item supports council priority setting and aligns staff resources with the city's adopted budget and operational capacity. This item provides an update of the current work commitments and progress, reviews staffing and workload across all 7 divisions, and presents the proposed work program for the upcoming fiscal year. It also provides an opportunity for council to discuss priorities and identify potential future projects. The work program is structured to align with available staffing, funding, and regulatory requirements. The Public Works Department is organized into 7 divisions and is staffed with 39 full-time positions and 4 part-time positions, totaling to 41 full-time equivalent staff. These divisions include administration, transportation and development engineering, parks and open space, capital improvement program, street lighting, street maintenance, and environmental services. This structure supports both capital project delivery and daily operational services across the department. Over the past year, the department has made significant progress on several efforts. We are actively delivering the Big 4 CIP project, including Project Connect, the San Jose Creek Multi-Use Path, the San Jose Creek Fish Passage Project, and the Cathedral Oaks Crib Wall Repair projects. These projects are currently advancing through final design and construction phases. County Development Review has become a major ongoing workload and requires coordination on projects that impact city infrastructure and public right-of-way. The Safe Streets for All Vision Zero grant is nearing award, and staff expects that grant to be awarded by the end of the fiscal year with a project initiation to follow. The department also received industry recognition this year. The 2025 arterial pavement project received a Transportation Project of the Year award from APWA, American Public Works Association, and John Plummer, our construction manager, received the APWA Leader of the Year award for the entire region. The work program is focused on core service delivery and operational priorities. Public Works serves as first responders for infrastructure under federal emergency management frameworks. Staff responds to emergencies, storm events, and traffic incidents to maintain safe access and protect the public. Daily service delivery includes emergency response and interdepartmental response support. This also includes pavement preservations, such as the use of the department's new crack seal equipment to extend roadway life. The program also includes traffic safety efforts, such as corridor studies, traffic calming measures, and multimodal improvements. In addition, staff continues ongoing maintenance of streets, sidewalks, storm drains, signage, and the public right-of-way.
Here's a list of the top priority items for the administration division for next fiscal year. The division is the central hub for the Public Works Department with department staff, working with department staff to prepare the 2-year budget and the annual work program. We coordinate, review, and upload all city council staff reports. For the Public Tree Advisory Commission, staff coordinates logistics, reviews, and uploads staff reports and facilitates those meetings.
Transportation and Development Engineering continues to review development projects and right-of-way activities to ensure compliance with the city standards, permit requirements, and conditions of approval. It supports the safe and efficient operation of city's transportation system through traffic engineering, signal operations, safety programs, and multimodal improvements. Key efforts include updating engineering design standards, reviewing county and private development projects, advancing Vision Zero initiatives, and delivering corridor improvements. The division also develops long-term programs such as the 5-year concrete management program. Our Parks and Open Space team are responsible for maintaining our many parks and more than 500 plus acres of open space. The city successfully implemented a $1.7 million CAL FIRE grant this year, completing 69 acres of fuel reduction. This effort has positioned staff to continue the program, strengthen coordination with CAL FIRE, and improved our competitiveness for future grant funding to address the remaining acreage. Staff has been fully engaged in preparing for the first splash pad season, as discussed earlier this evening. In parallel, the team is advancing the urban forestry grant, including citywide tree canopy mapping and the development of a park tree master plan, landscaping plan, while continuing routine maintenance of our park trees. Our capital improvement program team manages our CAP project delivery process, our current grant applications and future grant applications, construction management, and many other aspects related to delivering projects. Our CAP team is continuing to move forward on the Big 6 projects, as Director Buelna mentioned, as 4 of them are managed by Public Works staff. Our team is also working on the next round of residential and arterial pavements, and most recently published the 5-year paving plan. The Street Lighting Division is advancing development of street light engineering design standards that will be used not only for internal but also our development projects, and working on completing a comprehensive fee study. The Street Maintenance Division is advancing the city's pavement management program internally, including the acquisition of our new equipment such as the crack seal machine and grinder. These investments improve our ability to prioritize and deliver timely repairs, including sidewalk grinding to address trip hazards, while continuing routine maintenance such as pothole repair, asphalt patching, and overall roadway upkeep. If you look closely, you can see some of the crack sealing that took place last week by our in-house team, which is one of the first times we've been able to do that in-house out in the parking lot here at City Hall. Environmental Service Division continues to ensure compliance with stormwater, waste reduction, and environmental regulations. Key efforts include implementation of the MS4 permit requirements, delivering the full trash capture program to meet the 2030 compliance deadline, and developing the storm drain master plan. The division also ensures implementation of the creek and watershed management plan through capital improvement projects, development review, operations, and updates to the city standards. Street Talk was initiated in response to council direction to gather community input and for transportation priorities. The effort included more than 30 outreach touch points and a survey with over 630 responses, and both in-person and virtual meetings. The key findings show pavement conditions, safety, and traffic speeds are primary concerns. This input will inform future planning and prioritization findings. Findings will be brought back to the City Council and incorporated into a transportation advisory structure if established. The work program also identifies additional efforts that extend beyond current staffing capacity and available funding. These include expanding ongoing programs, developing new initiatives, and other policy and programmatic efforts. So this is our truncated list. We have our full list available for each division on Excel, if you guys would like to go through that. And then in closing, staff is requesting council discussion on priorities and adoption of the fiscal year 26-27 annual work program.
Thank you. Okay. Turning back over to council. Councilmember Caston.
So I have comments first in the general report and then specifically with respect to the commission or committee. And I'm going to start with that and explain why I think it's important to do. The first thing, so I have three explanations or reasons. And the first is, as far as public engagement, it's not as accessible to the public if we have a report that is completed by Public Works and there isn't sort of an ability for them to get in on the ground floor, for them to be able to see, in essence, a draft process, for there to be a venue where there's a low barrier to testifying, for instance. It's not as stressful to come up to the dais. If there, with a committee, what happens is you can have, or a commission, you can have a hearing, and then there's information published in the newspaper about it. Then there's a discussion for the public. Then people are alerted more so about the potential of whatever this is and the potential for it to change before it comes to council. Once it comes to council, it's a lot harder for it to be adjusted in the same way. And to me, I compare it with federal regulations. The regulatory process is that there's a proposed rule that goes out first. It collects comments, and those are incorporated then in the final rule. So in that sense, we have the role of the commission is to aggregate or get a sense of what the public concerns might be, but to reach out to people and incorporate that in whatever the final product is. So that's the first, is public engagement. And I would point out we have public engagement for a lot more trivial sorts of activities and programs. This has got to be among our most important, and the idea that we would not think it relevant or appropriate to gather the public's preferences as much as we can is odd. So the second one is about public preferences. The idea that a workshop and I appreciate your going through the effort, and I know you tried as hard as you can to make it a really good event. And so, I think that's to your credit. But you can't assume that 30 people going to a physical event or 600 survey responses are representative of the preferences of the public. The problem is not only is the number small, we have 33,000 people who live in the city, but it's not only that the number is small, but that the people who are there are not representative of the public at large. They're the people who showed up are the ones who have the most concerns, the most at stake, the most interest. You've seen, for instance, those newspaper stories with Harry Truman holding up the newspaper saying Dewey wins, right? You recall that? That what happened is there was a survey, I think the Saturday Evening Post or Ladies' Home Journal, I forgot which one, and they got all these responses about how Dewey was going to win. And the Chicago Tribune published it. Well, the problem is that the survey responders didn't look like America. And the problem with voluntary surveys is that the people who are participating in those things aren't necessarily the same people who are riding the streets. The ones who are sending in the survey are the ones who have the greatest interest and concerns in city affairs. It's not the average person. And the average person, the difference between something like this, roads and bridges, roads and traffic circles, is that everyone uses them. And so even if people don't initially have a strong view about them, as they drive the road, they're going to have a strong view. Everyone experiences it. It's the most impactful for the population as a whole. And sort of the last kind of idea is, call it deliberative democracy. In some ways, it's the same idea that Mayor Perotti mentioned earlier, that we get a better result when you bring people in to discuss it, people from different points of view. And most of these projects, because they directly affect people, it's not just an engineering problem. It's not something that is, there's a right answer rather and a wrong answer, a technical response. These are things that that people's preferences matter. And so I think about whether it's the Old Town Complete Streets or whether it's on Hollister, and are we going to move to a single lane on Hollister, as you've mentioned, or are we going to have, somebody's mentioned we can have a raised, like a speed bump, in essence, by the school, or bulb outs or something. What's important is not necessarily the ideal from an engineering perspective, but getting people to participate, getting people to be involved, to get their buy-in ahead of time, not to present them with, here's our plan, and get aboard or, complain later. And so I think that it benefits us to have some sort of commission of that sort for generating both public engagement and improved results. I don't think that it has to be an intense burden for you, because I'm not suggesting this as a way to bog you down with logistics and so forth. So I believe that there is a kind of happy medium where we get the benefits of public engagement without it becoming an intense burden. It could be projects over a certain size, only over a certain size are included, or that they're city-wide projects or plans, but something of that sort. So I have some other comments on other portions of it, but since I just had a long oration, I will step back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
I guess maybe a question for you, Mayor. Do you want us to discuss that particular topic right now, since do you think it's good if we just address the commission question right now?
We don't have to address it
Okay.
right now. No. I mean,
Well, I will, just because then it might be clunky if we
but
skip around.
Mayor, is your mic
It was
on?
in the report. It did say, what do we
Yeah.
want to do?
I'll just add like a couple initial comments. Like I just want to maybe clarify that my impression from staff has not been at all that you are resistant to that idea. So just to kind of start there. I think you've brought up good questions for us as council to consider about what the different options are and the implications of it are. And I've reflected a lot as we've talked about this. I think I remain with the position that we get a significant amount of public input on major projects. I do think we get a lot of course we're going to get input from people who are the most interested in that particular topic. That's an evergreen challenge. I attended the Street Talk event, and every interaction I had with the public was very appreciative of the opportunity to come in and not have like a presentation or a space where you just sat and listened, but they were able to go up and talk to staff, talk to each neighbors. I did see a lot of neighbors talking to each other, ask specific questions, give input. I saw so many people write comments on their Post-it and look at the map and say, like, this is an area that I have questions about, or that's an area that, what's going on here, in like a casual setting. they really appreciated that. I had many people ask me, are you going to do this again? Is this something that you're going to do every year or every other year? This was great. You know, I don't have time, or as we've heard, don't necessarily feel comfortable coming to council chambers. So they really appreciated that kind of venue. I also heard lots of people say, I think Public Works is doing a great job. I think you guys do a lot of really important work. Yes, I want you to do more pavement. I heard that from everybody. But I think they recognize that's a budget issue. It's not that you don't want to do it. It's not that it's not a priority. That's back to council on allocating the resources or finding the resources. So again, I go back to what would be the goal of having an advisory committee or a commission. I could also argue that a commission is less feedback from the public because it's only 5 people or 7. And highly dependent on people coming to a meeting or going on Zoom. I think so I could argue that too. I am not opposed at all to moving forward with some kind of group. I just want to be really clear on what the goals are of that, how it would work. I'm probably more supportive of it being an advisory committee than a commission. So I think those are my kind of initial comments, but I do keep going back to, I think we are pretty successful at getting a lot of good feedback. And I think staff has shown really creative ways to do that with in-person events, with a survey, with a Zoom option for people. There were multiple opportunities for the public from all parts of the city to participate. I think having an advisory committee adds to that and gives one more option for that. And so I'd be okay with that if that's what we move forward with. But I don't think that I just wanted to make it clear that I have not seen staff be opposed to that. And so I think then it's up to us and what we want to do. And I would want to, as we go through the work plan, look at, does that impact anything else that we have in the work plan? I think starting any new group does have kind of those startup costs of time and effort. And those are short-term kind of parts to work through. But I would want to understand what that looks like. Thanks.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
I just had a question for Councilmember Reyes-Martin. So you referenced the concept of a commission, and then you said, I wasn't quite sure if you meant a council committee or a separate, more external committee.
Yeah, good. Thank you for making me clarify. I think I'm open to either one. I'm trying to remember what our conversation was last time. It could be a council committee. It could be a public advisory committee. I think we have, like, the library advisory committee is an advisory. We have models for an advisory committee that is made up of residents. I'm not at all opposed to it being a council committee that hashes out things that take longer before they come to us. I'm not there on like a full-blown commission. I think that is a much bigger effort that I'm open to hearing people's thoughts about that, but I'm not there on that.
Okay. That's helpful, because I guess in my mind, whether it's called, I guess I sort of lump in our library, depending on the exact term, since they're all sort of public, and nearly all are advisory, maybe right with the exception of whatever authority DRB or Planning Commission have, but the majority of them serve an advisory purpose. So I guess in my mind, I don't see a distinction in terms of that name.
Yeah, I think that's where, and maybe it would be helpful, I don't know who the most appropriate person is to differentiate for us. I think in my mind, the piece that I would want to differentiate is an outside group being advisory to the council and not necessarily having the authority to make decisions independent of the council.
I can understand what you're saying on that, and most of our committees are advisory, so you know, I'm personally fine with that, but I want to hear what others have to say. Councilmember Keston?
No, I just wanted to say I never intended anything other than advisory. I never thought of it as, you know, the whole point is public engagement, not some other group to make for decision making. So,
Councilmember Carriaco?
It's funny, one of my first city council meetings, when I got here, I can't even remember what the topic was, but I somehow mentioned like, oh, one of these days we ought to have a transportation and circulation committee like they have in Santa Barbara. And part of that experience for me is grounded in like one of my really important mentors in life, Roger Horton, started off his public service in Santa Barbara as a founding member of the Transportation and Circulation Committee in the city of Santa Barbara, and then he later found his way onto the Santa Barbara City Council for 2 terms. I've always thought that there is a role for the public to play in advising us on doing a better job, a more holistic approach to doing a better job of ensuring that we are actually implementing our general plan via the circulation element. For me, the trick has always been the timing, the scope, what are the actual expectations, not just of the committee, but of the staff that support them. In Santa Barbara, it's a big undertaking. It's seven members, and if I remember correctly, 2 of them don't have to live in the city, but have to live in the county. They should be knowledgeable in general on matters of transportation. They meet not every month, but I think every other month, and they have liaisons. The Planning Commission has somebody that goes to the meeting. The City Council has someone that goes to the meeting. I think other commissions in the city of Santa Barbara have someone that is a liaison to that. So it's not a small undertaking, but they, you know, make sure that you're not losing track of MTD and you know, in your planning, making sure you're not losing track of, you know, train service and you know, they're, you know, giving you real feedback on, you know, whether or not bulb outs were working or not in the city, and at times those things were really controversial. And at the time that they founded that committee, they had just started implementing a lot of things in an updated circulation element. And so there was a lot of kind of consternation. Neighborhoods were suddenly changing. You know, they had, you know, these little mini roundabouts kind of coming out of nowhere where you don't really go around it, but it's kind of an obstruction in the middle of a little 4-way intersection. And so there was a lot of consternation, and so the committee served a really useful purpose. It was kind of a feedback loop to the city where people could kind of come together and talk through these things. And I think at the end of the day, it really helped the city of Santa Barbara navigate implementing that circulation element. So I think the question for me here, like in terms of, you know, the question we should always be asking ourselves is, what is the problem we're trying to solve? If the problem we're trying to solve is, you know, more heads are better than fewer, and we can always use more input and more voices and feedback on how are we doing and could we be doing a better job, then yeah, absolutely, advise us. I think the devil's in the details. I would like to get more information on this. I'm not necessarily comfortable just saying, yep, let's just do it. But I mean, I would like more information. I would like options. But I mean, I think I'm hearing consensus that we should be moving in this direction in some way. I think I'm hearing that. And I can be supportive of that too. But I just, you know, I don't want to commit to like, let's do it and let's do it right now. I want to be clear on what it is. And I think we also have to be fair to the department in terms of the faster we're trying to ramp this up, the more staff resources that takes. I mean, I think they started off the presentation tonight by saying this presentation was delayed 6 weeks. And why did that happen? Because we were doing street talk. So, I mean, real people have to put together the real work that comes before us, right? And so I think we have to be prepared to be clear on what the scope of work is and how much work would be required to implement something like this, not because we're trying to be onerous or you know, to try and create any kind of issues, but just so that we know going in, okay, this might require another 0.25 FTE because you want the committee to meet monthly, not bi-monthly or quarterly or whatever. So I want to get clear on the scope. I want to be clear on whether or not this is primarily focused on our circulation element. I mean, another, I think, argument in favor of this, and I haven't heard it mentioned yet, is, I mean, our general plan is aging. You know, a potential hidden value of this is it could help us get some preliminary public feedback as we start to eventually inch our way towards an eventual general plan update on what are some things that we could be thinking about that maybe we're not thinking about right now. So I think if we're going down this road, I just want to be clear on the scope. I want to be clear on the frequency and the expectations. I don't want to have meetings just to have meetings, just to say that we have an advisory committee. I want there to be real value, not just for the public to feel heard, but for staff to be informed and for council to ultimately be informed. So I think I can get to yes on this. I just need some more details.
Thank you for that. I'm hearing somewhat positive, and that's good. I mean, this is something, and I'm not trying to make it about me, but this is something I've kind of wanted for a long time, and I think it'd be worthwhile. And I think you're absolutely right. We need to figure out what it is exactly, and what it would entail, and there's information needed, absolutely. But I hope that this is kind of moving forward in that direction. And I guess maybe, I don't know if this is being unrealistic, but I guess my goal, my hope is that when you have more people from the community expressing their concerns that are like I've said before, different than somebody else's concern, maybe you get more people to buy in, like, oh, we really need to fix this by the school, or we really need to look at, this. Yes, our roads are, so there's some roads that are in desperate repair, but, and they look at the budget, and they see, they get firsthand knowledge that you can't do it all, and then they take that information back to their people. And so I see it as an education that might be very helpful. So that's kind of how I see it. So, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I think, I've stated my concern previously. I think we just have to know that there's trade-offs. If staff is going to be like I understand before I came on, this council looked at all of the different commissions together. This is happening independently of that. So, so it's harder to see it holistically in terms of how all the how frequently they're meeting and so forth. Right, and we know that we're approaching tougher budgetary times. So if staff is we just need to know if staff is shifting time to this, it's going to be taken away from something else. And if we're committing budget to this, then we're taking away budget from somewhere. And we know that in terms of the fiscal projections that this council has seen, is that we're looking in future years at more difficult times. So I think we just have to really go in being like honest and upfront about that. And I think as long as we're willing to make those trade-offs, then and do it with eyes wide open, then we can do that. But inevitably there will be trade-offs.
I agree. Do we have, I can't remember what the title was. I I wrote it down, a mobile, somebody that deals with transportation and
Mobility coordinator?
mobility coordinator. Thank you, thank you. Do we have a mobility coordinator on Public Works?
Mayor Perotti, we just filled that position, and she started working on Street Talk right away.
Oh, okay. I'm wondering if that is a person that, this might be, I don't know, help with, yeah. Councilmember Kiriakou?
I guess one thing I also need clarification on is timing. So are we envisioning this being, I mean, I don't think this has been clearly defined for me. Is this something that we're talking about from the context of we will do this in this fiscal year? 'Cause I don't think I clearly heard that stated. I heard general support for the idea. I didn't hear general support for and we need to do it now.
Well, then something else needs to come off.
No.
Between now and the end of June?
Oh,
Is that
in
what you
terms
mean?
of for the upcoming work plan,
I see what you-
right, there's two classifications. There's future work items, and then this is what's going to happen in 26, 27. So I guess what I'm not clear on is do we have, it seems like we have consensus this is something we should work towards. I don't know that we have consensus of this should be worked towards in 26, 27 at the expense of something else. That's what I'm not clear on.
Okay, Councilmember Kazin?
So, yes, it should be done in the coming year. That's my point of view. And I don't think it's a frill. I don't think getting an understanding what the public preferences are and engaging the public is just some sort of, filigree on our, the construction that we go through, that it is fundamental. When we're talking about, let's say it's, again, Hollister, where we're talking about a range of potential improvements for traffic safety, including making it a single lane. It's not something we want to just drop in a council meeting and, even if you have a workshop or something. I mean, I can tell you, for instance, when we did the rezoning for Arena, we had, from Hollister, 3 people show up or something like that. It was, it's hard to get people involved, even when it's things that really ultimately will affect them. And to me, that's, that effort to get people involved is essential. I don't think, for all the hard work that you put in, having a general discussion about just traffic issues isn't the sort of thing that's getting people, the average person who's got a family and so forth, they're not coming to that event. Where people come back from work, they're not heading out. The average person isn't heading out. You're getting a very select, small group. I recognized most of the people there. And it's not a knock against it, but it isn't something that is going to replace a different kind of effort. And my hope is the commission advisory is going to set the table, offer a trial balloon that people can see and react to before it comes to council, before it becomes something that's sort of hard to adjust. And I think that it shouldn't be a major, I mean, I'm attentive, putting it together, the idea of a council, or a committee rather, is not in and itself a dramatic workload. You're right in that what you develop, the ongoing work, if it's meeting monthly, it's preparing the reports, it could be a big workload. It could be a major burden. And I agree with that. And I, in a sense, put it to you guys that knowing the goals of what we have in mind, of trying to get the public involvement, the public preferences and so forth, what sort of commission would provide that feedback, that interaction, without it being an ongoing major burden. Because it can be. Putting, any kind of committee, I'm sure planning commission, you know, you have somebody who puts together reports, and it's just a big challenge. So I sympathize on that regard. The question would be putting it together so something that benefits you and us before we go too far down the road on any project.
I'm going to jump in here real quick, just because I want to say, I think I need to make myself clear that I respectfully will disagree with you on this one, Councilmember Casson. I know you've looked at the report, and it made my eyes roll, all the things that you have, all the departments that you're responsible for and all the things that you're doing. I don't think it's fair to put something, I mean, I want to move forward, but I'm not sure I want to move forward this year. I want it on the work plan at some point. I just want to be fair to staff, but I'm excited that we are talking about actually doing something. That's a plus for me because it's been a long time. So, but I want to be realistic and respectful to Public Works and your team to when we could actually move this forward. Councilmember Kyriakou.
I mean, I feel like what we're talking about is a good idea. And I feel like there's a lot of good ideas that we're debating in Public Works. I mean, I really want ADA parking spaces added on Hollister. I really want Magnolia to have crosswalk. There's a lot of really good ideas. And so for me, again, it's the scope and it's the timing. It can be a good idea and needs some clarification. So I'm trying to move out of my more recent hesitation and concern, which I think was really eloquently voiced by a couple of my colleagues. I'm trying to find points of congruence here, but I do feel like there's just things first of all, it's a little, we haven't even really gotten into the work plan yet. So we haven't even seen what the trade-off, we're not even looking at the trade-offs right now, right? We are having a discussion about this on its own as a standalone concept. And I before I can really commit to it like happening this upcoming fiscal year at the expense of something else, I think I need to see it presented along with a lot of the something else's. So I'll just stop there.
Okay.
Do you want to take council comments on this thing and then move to the rest of the work plan?
How do we
Or
know?
not council comments, public comments.
No, I don't think so. We have, we have to discuss the rest of, I think we've discussed this well enough. I think we're all kind of somewhat on the same page. It's just about the timing of it. So I think it's time to move on to the rest of the conversation. Okay. Did you have more to say?
Not on that. I'll move on to
Okay.
the other things.
Okay,
I'm
Councilmember Caston, go
hopeful that we're not just burying this and say we'll do it one day. I mean, when you say you wanted to get additional information, is that additional information on the content of it this year or, this decade?
I mean, I think we've all had the experience of really wanting to do something and having to wait, and then sometimes it's not happening. I mean, I'll mention Old Town Visioning. Yeah, at one point, Old Town Visioning was like number 2 on the work plan. It was really close, and I was really pushing for it, and then it got de-emphasized, it dropped down. There's trade-offs, there's things that come up. I don't think we're trying to bury anything. I mean, it seems like there's support for your idea. I mean, I mean, if I was you, I'd be spiking the football, and then let's try and get it as soon as possible.
All right, so I have questions on other things. One of them was, just to clarify, so we should ask questions right now on the whole report. Is that the idea? Okay. Well, I guess one of the things, is I'll start out with just I wanted to find out with Lake Los Carneros and the conceptual plan. When would a conceptual plan be done available for that? And I raise that in particular because there's a group that's potentially going to be fundraising, and they can only do that once there's a conceptual plan. So it doesn't have to be that you guys are actually proceeding with construction, but as long as there's some sort of, I don't know, there's somewhere in the process where they're able to fundraise off of it. What do you need for that to be?
Councilmember Kasdan, maybe it's better if I take that question, and council members. So the question asked, Councilmember Reyes-Martin was stepped out for a second. We've moved on to the work plan, and the question was asked about a specific task. I don't know what table it's on, but it's in there somewhere, and it's the Los Caneros footbridge, one that I know that you care about. So the question is about, what it would take to get that going. It's shown as a project that is currently unfunded and one that is not on the list to go next fiscal year, but potentially the one after. And we have in 2 weeks our budget workshop and our capital workshop. And between today and that meeting, I am still working with the department and the finance department to maybe find some seed money for that project to get it going. So the answer you would have heard from Ms. Buelna is it's unfunded and we can't take the next step, and that's why it's placed where it is. But we're still, the budget process as we put all the pieces together to bring it to the council for the workshop is very dynamic. And so we're still seeing if there potentially is some money that we could seed that with when we come to you in 2 weeks.
Okay. And I was just, another thing I was curious about is some of these projects like the Stork Road and others where they're going to be significantly impacted in terms of DIF fees. Obviously, it's projects, I guess, within the city, but they'll be they'll have a lot of money raised. How does that affect the timing of those projects? We can go forward, in other words, developing those projects, and then can we retroactively charge the future developments, the coming developments on Hollister, for instance, for their share? How would that work?
Councilmember Kasdan, I believe that project is in long range right now.
No.
So
Stork Road corridor. Let's take the Stork Road corridor and I guess the Hollister safety. It was on 1822. Was that long? I didn't think that was long range.
Yeah, go to the TDE.
Let me find it.
Councilmember Kasdan, I think you're referencing the Hollister safety improvements.
Yeah, we have that on table 8 for transportation and development engineering to do perform a study.
But so in other words, you're talking about just doing a study of it.
Yeah, this right now it's supposed to be the preliminary design for this and the preliminary assessment. And when we collect DIF fees, it goes into a bank. So whatever the percentage is associated with that project, we can use for that.
Okay, so in other words, none of the road projects are going to be sort of going forward. I see. The Hollister safety is just a study at this point, and then the actual construction would come later, and by that time we'll have the developments. They'll be paying already, and so there's no problem with timing.
That's correct, but I just want to note that it's a percentage of the project that development will pay for, so we still have to come up with the other.
We'll have to come up with a lot of money for all this.
And council members, just as a reminder, in 2 weeks, the budget and capital budget will be coming before you, and the development impact fees will also be coming before you in 2 weeks.
Okay. I had a separate question, and maybe you can clarify. I had heard from our city manager, I don't know actually from whom it was, maybe somebody. No, it's not a, it's not a call out or something, it's not, but that you had heard or you had gained an additional explanation for the accelerating or high costs of pavement that I've been leaning towards is kind of monopoly provision, but that there was another explanation that you heard that you thought was pretty good. Somebody told me that.
I
That
don't
doesn't ring a bell?
know.
And I forgot what it was, and it sounded reasonable to me, but, all right, damn it.
Sounds great, but
Yeah, there was some explanation for why because it's accelerated far ahead of just the general construction costs.
Councilmember Kasdan, it may have been me. I'm having a flashback to a comment I made to you a while ago, and it's probably more applicable today, and that is the price of oil.
Oh, that would be very relevant to today. But, all right. Let's see if I've got, I was curious, so in other words, we have pavement included, arterial pavement is included in the CIP, and residential pavement is included in, the other categories are included in a separate non-CIP category. Is that,
we actually have everything in the CIP because the CIP group is doing the design for those projects, and they'll be doing the construction management as well.
So, including pavement maintenance, or just, like, what things are now included in CIP and what things are isolated or separated?
So we've always had the design for our projects for the arterials and residential in the CIP because they do all the design for these projects. But street maintenance has their own component of work that they do for maintaining the streets, like the crack sealing.
Right. But if, in other words, when it comes time for the budget, and we're saying, okay, here's what the pavement condition index requires and funding-wise to hit our target, is that going to reflect both the CIP spending and
So
repair?
that is in the streets budget, and it's always been housed in the streets.
All in the streets budget?
Always,
Okay,
yes.
none of it is going to be the
No.
CIP. The CIP
The CIP
that
just does the design.
is just the design. Okay. I got confused. And I was curious with Creek and Watershed, we were hiring somebody there to work on that stuff, right? And also, what's the status? Did the former director of environmental services, has that person been hired?
We're going through the process of hiring someone right now. We're probably about 5 months out, but we're currently working on the CWMP and the annual report. for that.
How is it that you're working on it? With what, is there a person?
Because we hired someone in the position for the project manager for CWMP.
Okay.
So they're working on the report and we're working on developing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
Thank you. I had maybe it's a quick clarification question, but on table, let me find, I think it's 25, where you have right-of-way tree replacement and young tree care program. I wanted to clarify that I recognize that's contingent on staff capacity, but in instances like we had on Berkeley where we had to remove trees, moving forward, if that situation occurs again with any of our pavement or infrastructure projects, is the plan for the department to do that kind of tree replanting? And then what does that look like for kind of making sure that the trees that are replanted do thrive?
Councilmember Reyes-Martin, so with the future pavement projects, we learned a lot from Berkeley. So we're doing all of the assessments before we start work.
Great.
And we will indicate what trees need to be removed, do the outreach, and develop our planting plan. And so with the planting plan and the watering for future years will be paid through pavement.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Yes, sort of following up on that note, I had that question about the Cathedral Oaks vegetation and the oleanders and the planting there.
Councilmember Smith, yes, our team has cut those back, and they're watching them to make sure the glassy wing sharpshooters don't return, as that is the pest that is pretty detrimental to the ag fields.
and it was the county who requested this, as there's been a lot of issues. Ultimately, we will probably pull those out and plant something that is not a great host for glassy wing sharpshooters, but it has been a process for our internal staff. We have 4 maintenance crews that have been doing all of that work.
Okay, so in terms of any alternative vegetation, that's an open question. It's just a question of removal at this point.
If they were to fully remove it, our intent was to replant with something else. It would not be planted back with oleanders.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
I will just comment on the oleanders. I've been, I think I was in shock when they were first cut. And I asked if they even would come back. Well, they're coming back, and they look pretty good. But I don't know if they will be infected again. But they look healthy right now.
Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on them, as the county is as well.
I don't have any questions. How about do you have another question? I was going to go to the public speakers. Okay, let's go to the public.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have 2 speaker slips for this item. Those of you on the Zoom webinar, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. Our first in-person speaker is Sarah Iannarone.
They sent me out here for a reason. Well, thank you again, and thank you for the thoughtful deliberation. And yes, crude oil is a key ingredient in asphalt binder, so it's probably increasing your costs a lot right now. I was sitting there thinking if we had a commission, maybe they would have pre-digested this work plan for us a little bit, thinking from 30,000 feet. But I'll try to be a little bit more specific moving on. I had my team prepare some specific priorities to share with you tonight. In conjunction with the anticipated completion of the San Jose Creek multi-purpose path, they're urging prioritized safety improvements at the Calle Real and Kellogg Ave intersection, including new bike traffic signals, a leading pedestrian interval on both Kellogg and high visibility raised crosswalks. They're very worried about the Kellogg school students, saying that they deserve safer routes, and this intersection is a critical piece of that puzzle. As you know, my team is very involved in safe routes to school. They're also urging safe crossing at Hollister and Kellogg, avenues as part of the San Jose Creek multi-purpose path project. A path that cannot be safely accessed is a path that does not fulfill its purpose. So they asked that I would bring that to you. I do want to speak a little bit about fostering enhanced public discourse and community engagement. I did attend the Street Talk event, and I thought that it was fantastic. I really don't think this is an either-or question. It's really a yes and being purposeful about why we bring the community together and what is the goal, right? And so this is a great opportunity for civic innovation. You can do something that no city in our county has done before if it helps you meet your needs. When we do have open houses and bring the public together, we can have a clear purpose for that and design them accordingly. Same with whatever advisory bodies we do engage. And I do think the important thing is to build trust, think about how we can save the city time and money, form following function in that way, and make sure that it has clear processes with real teeth, because that's really what makes the engagement purposeful, and that there's an equity focus so that the most vulnerable system users, the most underserved people in our community have a voice where often they may not have the opportunity to attend things like open houses. And finally, I just want to say thanks for your work on the SS4A grant. We strongly support your continued prioritization of Vision Zero implementation, especially across all of your repaving and restriping work. Leading pedestrian intervals at signalized intersections are likewise important. Ample secure bike parking citywide, and safe multimodal access at the new Goleta train depot. Don't hesitate to reach out if we can support you in any of these priorities or goals, and thank you for your continued investments in making a safe transportation system for everyone who moves through Goleta, regardless of their mode, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker is George Rellis.
Well, thanks for your discussion. I had to junk my notes. I'm not from the government. I'm here to help you because I see a lot of agreement, more than you might know. It's easier from back there. We agree on the importance of this from the standpoint of the dollars involved and from the standpoint of just the issues themselves, safety, et cetera. We agree that circulation and all that stuff is not just technical, that there are trade-offs, there are value judgments about where we want to go. The future could be very interesting, where you might be taking a much bigger picture, you know, if you get things like free energy, which might be around the corner from fusion, everything changes. If you lose all the oil, everything changes. There is a big picture and trade-off approach. It's not just technical, although the technical here is great. So we agree resident input is important. We agree that there are choices. We agree that the things around this whole issue are complicated and they need to be integrated. Whether it's how do bikes fit in with cars and walking and all that. It's not just one thing. Or said differently, we need to not be dealing with just pixels, but helping the public see the big picture and participate in the big picture. And I think that's where we need some more work. Not because what's been done is bad. We need a little better idea of options. I think everybody here is imagining options, and I have a solution for that. That wouldn't take a lot of resources. What I would ask you to do is give staff direction to come back with a back of the envelope. We used to call it writing on a napkin. Give me 3 to 5 options. Status quo being the first. Do a great job, and we do an occasional get together. Great. But they're on the other end of the spectrum. Why? We could have all of you meet nightly with the public on this. I'm being facetious. But there's things in between. And I think if you had a back of the envelope, high-level idea, and I agree, I think it should be advisory, et cetera, but I think if you had a high-level idea come back to you, then you'd all be talking about the same thing. You go, I kind of like that number 3, where we get members of the public, there's 7, they meet quarterly, or they meet just on big projects, whatever. That would really help your discussion, I think, because then you'd be looking at something real. And I think that isn't a huge burden. That could be done fairly soon. Again, cocktail napkin, I'd be glad to participate if you buy me the cocktail. But I think that could come back and you could have a better discussion, and then that would lead to timing and resources and things like that. I think ultimately I support something that would help not create more work for Public Works. Public Works has their hands full, and we respect that. So the idea would be to do something that's supportive. That's my bias. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our in-person speakers. Last call for you Zoom speakers. Please use the raised hand icon if you'd like to speak to this item. I'm seeing no more speakers for this item,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
All right. Okay, back to council for any more questions or ready for a motion. We have another big item coming up.
Are we taking this one like the others where we're voting to adopt the work program? Right.
Yes, the council has taken an actual motion and a vote to adopt each department's work plan. So I would suggest doing that separate from any discussion you have on the Transportation Commission.
Well, I'm happy to make a motion on the
I'm
work
sorry,
plan.
if I can make one more
Yeah.
comment, I strike what I just said.
Okay.
That was very bad advice. So the conversation ended, as I'm summarizing what I heard from council, when you switched from the Transportation Commission to the work plan at large, the conversation was at the timing issue. And yes, the work plan is set up, since there is work to set it up, that it should be on the work plan if that's what the council chooses to do. So yeah, you don't want to approve the work plan yet because you haven't made that decision. So you should go in the opposite order, and the relevant tables for the Transportation Division are table 8 and 9. That is the workload for the division. I would say administration too. You might want to look at Nina's administration division, and we can refer to those tables, but the Transportation Division tables are 8 are ones that they're saying that items they can get done in fiscal year 26, 27, and then long-term are Table 9. So the council said you guys wanted to talk about the timing, so that discussion should probably become before you approve the work plan.
So we're looking at table 8 and 9. And that's the decision, that's what we're gonna make, that would be the first motion.
And I would defer to the Public Works Director, where she would assign this if you do choose to do it. I'm assuming the Transportation Division, but like I just said, it might take some work from her Administration Division too. So, Nina, if you could weigh in on that. And you have tables for your Administration Division
That's
and
correct.
priorities as well, if you could just say what
Mr.
numbers
Nesbitt is
those are.
correct. So we'd want to look at tables 8 and then administration, because we'd want to look at removing some of the items so we can do the Transportation Committee, Commission, whatever council selects.
Which table is admin? Do they have a table?
We can share admin as well. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you go back up, please? Table 4.
It seems like the right one.
I'm just thinking out loud, and I appreciated the comment. In fairness to staff, we actually did sort of have a meeting on this topic, and the ultimate result of that discussion was sort of having, we sort of punted, frankly, and we had the workshop, and then we were here again. So I do want to give credit to the work that staff has already done on this, and there was some previous information already shared.
And it included 4 options.
At 4 options. So in fairness to staff, I just wanted to acknowledge that. I guess I'm wondering about, I don't know, like what it would look like if we were just sort of in a planning process in the coming fiscal year with an eye towards the following fiscal year. Like if we take the next fiscal year to fine tune what we want, sort of being mindful, and then to tee that up for the following. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming.
So
I would support that. I think that achieves some of what I've heard from the mayor too, because I do think, and I heard this from Councilmember Kiriakou too, like there's a lot of projects that we've been working on for some time, and I think we should take a similar approach where we add it to the work plan. We maybe in the next fiscal year do all that fleshing out of what it looks like, what the process will be. And then that way when we come back to do I guess at that point it would be a mid-year or mid-cycle, sorry, right? We're already, so then we would be able to then incorporate it then for the next 2 year. Does that kind of get to it?
So what you're saying is this coming year would be fleshing it out, the kind of understanding of what it would look like, and then the following year implement. That's fine.
Well, then the following year ask staff to prioritize it.
Where it would go in the list.
Where it would go in the top part of the list.
Yeah, that sounds right. Does that make sense to you?
So it makes sense a bit, but just to give you some clarification, the advisory structure that we put together in January took about 200 hours of staff time. So when we just kind of are looking to see what we're going to do, it is a real staff cost, and that's fine. But we do need to look at what we have in our tables to see what we can reduce.
I mean, I guess I would start with that idea of the back of the envelope kind of thing. So not necessarily, some of the ideas that were in the first version, the 4-thing version, I think we can put aside. And then what do you think would make sense for your operation? And, it could be that in a back of the envelope kind of way, in a simplified way without doing, but, that it meets no more than quarterly, or that it meets with projects that have to be no less than $5 million, or something where there's clear value and not just clear workload.
And also, you know, are we looking at an advisory committee or commission, whatever, that's 5 or 7? So there are some things that, and are we part of it or no? It's just
No.
the public. I'm leaning towards just the public, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I'm trying to be disciplined in how we've reminded ourselves to be disciplined. I think what staff needs to hear is, do they work on this at all in the next fiscal year? If they do, then they need us to prioritize it somewhere and move something down. Or do we add this in the list of programs contingent on staff capacity and then revisit this next year? Is that a fair question to put back to you about
That's
what
correct.
you need from us?
And I think staff would also like maybe some more clarity of what council's looking for in their goals. I think as staff member, I can come up with many ideas and approaches, but I just want to make sure we're getting to the core and what you guys really want to make this successful.
Yeah, because I hear you that even the kind of soft stuff we've talked about like working on it, like that's still a work effort, and you still need us to, if we give direction for you to do that needs to be in the list,
Right,
and
it
then
needs-
something needs to be bumped.
That's correct.
So are we deciding where it's going to go on the list, or we just know that it's?
Well, I think what I'm hearing is consensus to at least put it on the contingent on staff capacity list.
I'm fine with that.
I think it should go on table 9. I mean, I guess I'm having flashbacks to the planning workshop, and there were council members that were really trying to get some things into the current year work effort and weren't successful, and we tried going about it in different ways. And, you know, what if it's just like an initial look or just a scan? And we were disciplined then and just said, no, we have to, it's either on this list or it's on this list. And yeah, I guess we should be consistent. I guess the challenge I'm having is I can't see something on table 8 I would want to take off to replace it with this. And there's 1 or 2 things on table 9 that I would really like to see happen soon. I mean, the Fairview Corridor study I'd love to see soon. So yeah, I mean, I think this should be near the top of table 9.
I would agree. I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with that.
So we now know where it's going to go. Okay, and we need a separate motion for that, correct? I'm looking at Mr. Rosen.
As amended?
Well, we're taking 2 motions. We're making 2 motions?
I mean, I'll just say let's make it number 10.
When they approve the work
So
plan as amended, they're
if
putting it
it's
as number
that,
10.
we
Yeah.
take the
Yeah.
motion as amended.
Mayor and council members, I think you can approve the work plan so long as it's clear and consistent with our past departments. I think where it goes on that table 9, we generally have seen it where it's added in real time, and then the council can vote on the entire work plan that includes
Okay,
that
got
item.
it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, let's just have it be number 10, and
Okay.
just everything else drops down a number.
Okay.
So it's like, it's first up.
Okay. Good discussion. Okay, so now we're moving on to the whole, a motion to approve the annual work program.
I'll make that motion. So I move that we adopt the annual work program for fiscal year 26-27 for the Public Works Department with that amendment that we made.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay.
And just for the record, before
As
we
amended.
vote, it will be to move the concept of the Transportation Commission Committee to number 10, the top of the table 9 in the work plan.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Okay.
We're all on the same page? We understand the motion? Okay. So now we can do a roll call vote.
Yes. Council members, please lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriako.
Aye.
Councilmember Hasdan.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Yes.
And Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. Do we need another break or we keep going?
Go 5 minutes. Oh, I didn't
5.
lock in?
Did you do yours?
No, it looks like I missed it.
Oh, well, it was I, right?
Yeah, it was on.
Okay. One more item to go, but we'll wait till everybody comes back. We're taking.
was like kind of late, so there was just a concern if it was like going well, but apparently it's normal. It was getting its like flying wings, like it was young and pretty good.
Well, no, I mean, if
Okay, we're going to bring this meeting back to order.
That's item C2, short-term vacation rental ordinance amendments and administrative changes.
And I've been asked to, before we start, if we have any ex parte, any of us. So I'll start with Councilmember Kayako.
On this one, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I've been told to do. I do what I'm told.
Yeah.
No?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
He said no.
Oh.
I say yes. The Airbnb people contacted me.
Oh,
Yeah, they're very nice. From New Jersey.
okay. I have no ex parte.
Let's see, I did receive an email from a representative from Airbnb, and I encouraged him to review the written materials once the agenda was released, to be able to comment on the specific items, but I didn't have further communication. We did have some questions to staff, and that information will be shared in tonight's presentation.
Okay.
I also received an email from Airbnb, or a representative from Airbnb, asking if I had any questions or wanted to talk further. I did not. And anything else has been in the public record as part of public comments.
I guess I'll just clarify that I received outreach, but did not speak with them, so I don't know if that needs to be covered under ex parte. I didn't actually
I
respond
don't
to the
think
email.
no, that seems weird that I'm the only one they didn't. Did
Check
I
your
may have
spam
missed
filter.
it in my hundreds of emails. I mean, I don't know. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't see it. Okay, so I think we're ready. Who's got Ms. Wells? I will tell you that I watched your meeting from the Planning Commission of March 3rd, 2025, I think it was. Oh, and it was great. You did a great presentation. They asked great questions, so I'm really glad I did that. Wasn't it March? It was March 2025. May? Okay, I'm sorry. May. Sorry.
As Aaron asked.
What was that? Okay. I think we're ready.
Welcome, everyone. My name's Ann Wells, Advanced Planning Manager, and I'm accompanied by staff. Molly Cunningham is Assistant Planner in Advanced Planning, and we also have Peter Imhoff, Planning Director in the audience, and then Luke Ryu is our Finance Director, and we also have Aaron Barker, who is our consultant from BAE Urban Economics. And he probably looks familiar because he has come to City Hall and done presentations on housing matters. I wanted to flag also that Ceci Rubio in the Finance Department, she's a management analyst, she assisted with this project. And I don't normally do this, but I did want to just point out that Ceci and Molly spent a lot of time like really breaking down the topics and looking at the ordinance and looking at our administrative practices and looking at other cities and working with Aaron and his team. I really spent a lot of time. And I had meetings every week and tracked their meetings in a table so it's for transparency so we could see how things were evolving. And we often in advanced planning work on projects that are collaborative, but this one was really collaborative. So I just wanted to point that out, that you have some good staff out there, as you know.
Yes.
So with that, tonight we're going to present proposed ordinance amendments to the city's short-term vacation rental, and I'll use the acronym if it's all right with you, SDVR. Regulations, and then some proposed administrative changes to the way that we implement that program. We have an errata that was passed out earlier this evening, and the errata includes revisions to the ordinance. Those revisions just add clarity to the definitions of hosted and non-hosted SDVRs. And they also add clarity to the license suspension wording in 5.08120 and add clarity to the limitation on number of non-hosted nights per year in 5.08140. And we also added a new definition of primary residence, and that's to assist the city with future updates to our application process. So I just wanted to flag that, and we'll remind you when we get to a motion, if that's where we get this evening, and to also consider the errata.
Okay.
For public comment, we received 6 letters. 2 were in support of the ordinance amendments, but also with added restrictions, I guess, to summarize. And then the other 4 were expressing concern with some or all of the amendments as being too restrictive. And those comments are all posted with a packet online, and I think they were, you have copies of all of them. And so for the background, the housing element is a driver behind these updates. And that's from HE 1.7. And I won't go through that because we really did last year, and I'll talk about that in a second. But the gist of it is to, hold on to the city's existing housing stock. And short-term vacation rentals kind of, in some ways, could or do, depending, kind of take away from some of the city's housing stock that would be otherwise used for city residents. That in 2025, the consultant team prepared, that was BAE, prepared a short-term vacation rental and underused housing stock study, and that was to implement HE 1.7. And I thought it was important to flag 2 findings because those 2 findings kind of feed into what we're talking about tonight. And the first one is that short-term vacation rentals and seasonal units were not a significant driver of the observed shortage of available long-term housing at the city at this time. So I thought it was important to flag that. And then the second finding was that continued monitoring of the local SDVR market is advisable. And that's just, again, to prevent encroachment of the second home STVR market into the long-term housing stock. So the study was presented in May of 2025, and that staff report is attached to the packet as attachment 3, and that study is also attached to the packet. And at that meeting, we received council direction to pursue the ordinance amendments and the administrative changes that I'll summarize here. All right, so the first thing that we did was work with the BAE team on peer jurisdiction policy review, and a memo was prepared, and that's attached to the packet in attachment 4. And the BAE team, along with staff, Molly, Ceci, and others, interviewed planners and code enforcement at peer cities to just get a better sense for kind of the nuances of their ordinances and administrative practices, what works, what doesn't work. And then information from what was documented in that memo that's included in your packet informed these amendments and the administrative changes. So starting with the Chapter 5.0 amendments, that's the Chapter 5.0s of the Goleta Municipal Code, and that's where we have our SDVR regulations. And the proposed changes to the regulations are provided in attachment 1 as updated by the errata. So the first thing in the amendment that you'll see that we changed was definitions, and we added definitions for hosted and non-hosted SDVRs, and that supports the new regulations that I'll summarize here in the presentation later. And then again, we added the primary residence and definition, and that's to assist with the application update process. And the second bullet on the screen is to prohibit non-hosted licenses. That would be to support the new regulations. Sorry, I got lost there. This one is the subject of no-fault evictions in the last 24 months. And the purpose of this standard is to disincentivize removing a long-term tenant to convert a dwelling unit into an SDVR. So we're trying to keep our long-term tenants in place. And then the third on the screen is new prohibitions on non-hosted SDVR licenses on properties that are purchased in the last 24 months, which is kind of like a waiting period. And that purpose of this standard is to prevent homes from being purchased just for the purpose of converting a long-term dwelling into a short-term vacation rental. So they would have to wait, so that would disincentivize someone from out of town buying a house to make money. So we also added a 3 strikes violation policy that would result in a license suspension, and that would be for operators that repeatedly violate the STVR regulations. And if there's an occurrence of 3 violations within a 12-month time frame, the STVR license would be suspended for 24 months. And we added new limitations on the number of non-hosted nights per year, so kind of a new rule that wouldn't apply to hosted, because the thinking is that our residents that are living here might need additional supplemental income, so we didn't want to penalize them if they needed that. So the restriction would be no more than 120 cumulative nights per calendar year. And again, that would incentivize a property owner to rent long-term. And if you need a statistic, I think we threw it into the staff report, and I'll flag it here. 54% of the short-term vacation rentals in the city are available annually for 90 nights or less, so we don't really see this as a big impact for the existing SDVRs. And then the last bullet on the screen is a new prohibition on corporate-owned housing, short-term vacation rental licensing, and this new requirement would prevent these entities from purchasing housing stock for the purpose of just converting a long-term dwelling unit to a short-term rental. And I wanted to flag on this one that this restricting corporate-owned housing is intended to help us kind of maintain our community character, and also, really focusing on protecting our housing for people who live in Goleta and work in Goleta, as opposed to an out-of-town company that is hard to get a hold of, or maybe there's not one person that you can contact, or they might not have any relationship at all with the community. So that was the thinking behind that one. And that was it for the ordinance changes. For the administrative changes, and we're talking about the practices and procedures for licensing, and we have a number of items. First, starting with including a statement, updating the forms and the data during the licensing process. Right now, the finance staff collects some information when they do licensing, but they're considering application form changes, which, I guess technically they don't need you to tell them to do this, but it's important because they overlap with some of these ordinance changes. And so the first one would be to add a statement from the property owner declaring if there has or has not been a no-fault eviction at the property in the last 24 months. And that would allow for that enforcement of the post-sale waiting period of the non-hosted STVRs that were added, that language added to the ordinance. And it would also enable the finance staff to assess the ownership model, and then they could deny a corporate-owned STVRs depending on information that they get from this no-fault eviction at the property in the last 24 months. And then the next one is that they would require the most current property deed or title and deed transfer, and that would also allow them for enforcement of the post-sale waiting period, and also further the assessment of the ownership model. And then they are also proposing to include a statement that gives the city the right to request water and electricity usage, and that would also ensure compliance, support the compliance with STVR regulations, such as the number of nights per year standard. And it would also allow the staff to compare utility usage with the data from the hosting platforms. So the more data in that way, then the more things more tools they have and their toolkit. And then they would also require a signed statement that the property has not been structurally altered, and that we heard you in May, and about making sure that work that was done without a building permit, that we're aware of it. And so what a signed statement doesn't necessarily get us the same kind of information if we were to do inspections, but we would have to do frequent inspections or every year. So it wouldn't, we wouldn't be able to get that level of accuracy, but it would still give us information so that we could look at the need to update a nuisance response plan, for example, if they let us, in the form told us that they did make a change. So it's not a replacement for annual site inspections, but it would place the burden of responsibility on the property owner because of that declaration, and it wouldn't create a significant administrative change or burden to the city that would occur with the annual inspection. So it's a step, closer to more accurate knowledge of what's happening on the property. And then for the STVR property search tool, right now only Airbnb provides property search access to the city. And what finance staff is intending to do is to expand their access to all the platforms that host Goleta addresses, so not just Airbnb. And then we also wanted to flag that, so that was one thing, and then the other thing is that nuisance and complaint tracking is done in the city's permit tracking system, and it's monitored by finance staff through the code compliance module, and that way they can get prompt compliance or resolution of complaints. And and we wanted to flag that these search tools are not accessible to the public. That was something that you'd asked about in May of 2025. But we do prefer to continue with this method of property searches because it's efficient and it's financially a lean method of data acquisition and oversight and compliance and monitoring. So we think that it works in a way that supports our staffing model at this time. So the midterm rental registry, right now finance staff has access to tools and infrastructure that provide data on midterm rentals, which are 31 to 90 days. And so they're not short-term, we call them midterm. But accessing and processing and tracking this data requires a bit of a time investment that would impact current staff capacity, and that's stated in the staff report. So what we're proposing is that we do not move forward with the midterm rental registry at this time, and instead we would passively review data that's provided by the hosting platforms, and again, we would expand beyond just Airbnb, so we would get a more robust data set. And that would be regarding the midterm leases, and then we would track and enforce as needed. And also add a requirement for a business license for the midterm rentals. And if a property was listed as a midterm rental and didn't have a business license, et cetera, then we would use our regulatory tools in Chapter 5.08 to regulate the use accordingly. And then for good neighbor guidelines, it's the compliance with good neighbor guidelines is a requirement in our ordinance currently, and they are intended to inform the STVR operators of nuisance standards and the complaint abatement methods. And what we're proposing is to finalize a draft of the guidelines and then market the guidelines when the staffing resources are available. So those are kind of the solutions that we put together for administrative changes. And they're pretty, practical. And maybe they're not like taking it all the way to the finish line, but it's getting us closer to like super accurate, inspections of very robust. And again, like that we don't have right now a lot of short-term vacation rentals in the city that we issue licenses to. And so we just think that this approach right now is a fair approach to the number of licenses that we have. So we can't talk about almost anything in planning without talking about the California Environmental Quality Act. So on the next slide, you'll see that we are stating that not that one. Yeah, CEQA. That the proposed ordinance or the project is not subject to CEQA pursuant to the CEQA guidelines, and it's listed on the screen, but generally it's not considered a project per the guidelines, and it won't result in physical changes to the environment, and it's covered by a general rule that exempts activities that have no possibility for causing a significant effect on the environment. So you can look in attachment 5, and there is a notice of exemption there. And that is the conclusion of the presentation. The recommendation is on the screen, and I'll remind you about the errata that included those kind of clarifying edits and adds the new definition. We're here for questions.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you. Councilmember Cassidy, do you have a question?
Yeah, I was just, the property search tool. Could you I mean, I know we have an arrangement with Airbnb, but is this reflect that arrangement, or is there some sort of process where sort of like we just, as if we're renting a place, what some of those consultants do? I was just curious, I wasn't clear on what it is.
Yeah, Councilmember Kazin, I can answer that question. So, yeah, we do have a custom-built government platform with Airbnb, but not with the other platforms. They haven't really indicated they were going to do one, but the idea was to possibly work with consultants as well on establishing that type of property search tool that aggregates all the online hosting platforms.
Okay, so that's when, whenever we do it, we would see all the individuals or households that are renting properties on whichever platform they choose. Is that right?
Right, we'd have the ability to show, layer, I guess, from the different platforms. And I believe we could also connect it to our permit tracking system as well and make it visualized for an internal purpose. I just do know that there's issues of sometimes sharing private information, especially if they're owner occupied. So that's kind of the issue there.
Okay. Is that going to be a challenge doing that? Is it expensive? Is it just something we have to negotiate with the vendors, and it's either they'll say sure or no?
Yeah, we did have budget programmed for this type of effort at one point, but we did put it on hold, just learning about new legislation that was coming out. But it's something that's still programmed in our budget. But
okay.
But again, it just really depends on what they're actually doing for us, because part of it too was to do an audit as well, and pursue back tax collection.
Ooh, I like that. I was curious, just remind me, the previous report talked about vacant units and second homes and so forth. That's, as I recall vaguely, that wasn't much of an issue. Is that, could you just remind me of what I know that's not the primary subject that we're dealing with today, but the report mentioned it, and so I was curious. And Aaron came all this way.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Council Member. We did find in the analysis last year that, especially compared to other jurisdictions in your vicinity, that there wasn't yet a big encroachment into your existing housing stock due to licensed short-term vacation rentals as a function of your total housing stock.
Well, I was referring to housing. I think the report also, the original report covered when there was vacant units that weren't necessarily being used for short-term vacation rentals, but just second homes that are just left vacant.
Oh, sure. So I think that category that you're referring to is just like the second home category.
Yeah.
Correct. That was 0.7% of your existing housing stock.
Okay, 0.7 sounds pretty small. And one last question. You know, we had a couple of commenters about hosted versus non-hosted, and that was one of the primary changes that we're making in this ordinance. You know, they offered it up as if we're plowing new ground or something like that. I gather this is one of the things that analyzing other jurisdictions and seeing what they have was one of the primary burdens in your analysis. Could you describe some of those other communities and what you took out of your analysis?
Sure, and one of that is a big lesson learned was that hosted and non-hosted were treated differently by many jurisdictions. And I'm going to let Aaron describe, because he led those interviews with the individuals at those jurisdictions, so we were getting firsthand information from the people who are regulating those units.
Yeah, so we found that of the jurisdictions that we surveyed as part of this analysis, that Goleta was one of the few jurisdictions that did not make a distinction between hosted and unhosted STVRs. There's not necessarily any sort of trend as to how the different jurisdictions treat those. So some jurisdictions place caps geographically on hosted versus unhosted. Some jurisdictions have night caps. Some jurisdictions, just completely disallow new unhosted STVRs outright. So there really is quite a variety of how they're treated. But there were a few jurisdictions that did not have unhosted and hosted as a sort of definition in their local ordinance.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh.
And you asked about the cities, like City of Ventura is one of them that we interviewed, and Carpinteria and Morro Bay and Solvang and Del Mar and Santa Barbara County.
Carpinteria?
Yeah, Carpinteria.
Actually, funny that you should mention Ventura. When I had my cohort of Peace Corps people, Return Volunteers, we rented a house in Ventura a few years ago, and the whole block, the whole area had been turned over to short-term vacation rentals. That was, so it can happen that way. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted, I guess it was mentioned, I just wanted to flag that we had gotten an errata sheet that adds some clarifications in terms of the definition of hosted and non-hosted. So I just, for the public's purpose, I wanted to reflag that since we were discussing that question. And I think the important distinction there is, right, like you could still have a home. My understanding is correct, like it could still be your primary residence, but if you're absent during the times, if you, let's say, I don't know, you were gone for 2 months, but it's still your primary residence, but you did a vacation rental during those 2 months. The classification of it being your primary residence that's not the distinguishing factor. The question is, are you present during that rental period? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a helpful clarification. One question I had was about this question of for non-hosted, the number of 120 days, and from what I understood, for jurisdictions that have looked at the limits on unhosted nights, that there's sort of a whole spectrum from like some jurisdictions limit as low as 90 and maybe I think I saw that San Jose goes all the way up to 180. So I didn't know if there was anything in particular that informed the recommendation of 120, or just that that's what some other jurisdictions have done, and it seemed like a good fit.
That's a good question. We wrestled with that number, and Molly and Aaron can correct me if I'm wrong, but I recall that, you know, we did focus on that 90 day or 90 night number that I gave to you earlier, that is the trend in the number of nights per year that we've been issuing the licenses for. And so we thought to go above that to give some flexibility. So it's not the whole year. It's not even half a year. So we thought that was kind of a good number to land on. It was also a number that other jurisdictions were using without you know, seeming trouble. But did I get that right?
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of just a question on the statement or folks filling out information in terms of about any prior evictions. You know, I think our local ordinance and other ordinances in our region have, you know, quashed a lot of bad faith activity, but unfortunately, you know, there are still some bad actors out there in terms of folks who may not be honest about these things. So, so I know to some degree it's just a matter of trust in terms of that statement. I didn't know if there's any other enforcement mechanism if somebody's making that statement. I mean, there's other information, right, about like property ownership that's public, but eviction information is very private. Like even the court information stays sealed unless there's a judgment against the you know, a judgment entered. So is it just simply we're just sort of trusting them to be honest with that statement, or is there any other enforcement mechanism that comes with that?
I think you have that right. There's some level of trust that's assumed here, but we do get notified of no-fault evictions if it involves a substantial remodel. So there are some things that we have access to, and maybe we'll get more because notices are required for those. But right now, we don't have any plans to go beyond just that signature line. And we, you know, that's putting the burden back onto the applicant. And we have, you know, enhanced enforcement and penalties that we built into the ordinance, so we can, you know, take it from there and see if this is working.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Forgive me if I missed this in the report, but one thing that I'm trying to tease out still in my head, and this is why I kind of had some interest, at least, in having a registry of some kind, is trying to kind of tease out within our supply of short-term vacation rentals, teasing out who are the occasional operators, folks that are, okay, I'm gonna rent it out during the summer. I don't want to be in the Santa Barbara Goleta area during Fiesta and all that stuff. I'm gonna go visit my family out of state, and then they come back and they actually spend a significant portion of the year in Goleta. It really is their primary residence. Do we have any information at this point of, on any given month, 10% of our short-term rentals are not on the market, or 20%? I think in San Luis Obispo they did a study, and I think it was like 30% of them would drop off from month to month. Do we have any of that kind of information available? Is that in the report? I just did not notice it.
We didn't put that information in the report, but we do collect a lot of data on, on this information. I don't know if Luke has access to that or a response to that question.
Yeah, Councilmember Kiriak, I think you're referring to like seasonality rentals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
seasonality and occasional.
Yeah, we can look further into that. I know I've seen some of that. The problem we have right now with I'll use Airbnb for example, and they actually, when I actually spoke with them on Friday a little bit about that specific issue, and they said they would try and work with us on on some of that information,
Yeah.
but.
Thank you. That would be helpful to me. And the reason why is, I appreciate some of the feedback we got from our regional partners and community representatives talking about short-term vacation rentals meeting a need in the market and how they're different fundamentally from hotels in terms of who they serve and what the needs are of those visitors. And at the end of the day, we don't want to do something that actually results in fewer people coming to the good land. We want this to be a great place to travel to, in addition to being a great place to live and great place to have a home and everything. But I feel like some of the comments that we receive kind of just lump all short-term vacation rentals into one box. And not all of them are running it as a business. Not all of them are people that own multiple properties and this is what they do for a living. I think in California, if you look at the data, I think it's something like 40 to 45% of them are seasonal, occasional operators. So, or own like 1 or 2 properties. They're not people owning like 6, 8, 10 homes and that's their business, is just operating these. So, it's in terms of trying to get to the fundamental question of what's the problem we're trying to solve here. Some of the arguments that I'm hearing being made is, this isn't a problem. There's really no correlation between the high price of housing, the low availability of housing, and there being short-term vacation rentals in Goleta. And before I can really make that finding, I'd like to have a better understanding of those short-term vacation rentals, how many of them are actually really living in their primary residence and renting it out sometime. And I feel like that's an important question to get to the bottom of. And until I have the answer to that question, I'm inclined to continue following our housing element parameters and continuing to monitor it, continuing to, if nothing else, err on the side of protecting our housing stock until we get information that more clearly contradicts what this solution that we're talking about presents. So thank you. I appreciate that information. It would be great to have it when it's available. Another question that I had is about this notion of no-fault evictions and having to report that out. If you've had one, and I'm trying to remember the language, it's properties recently subject to a no-fault eviction. As someone who, at different points in my life, had roommates and rented a room in, a multifamily housing situation and, leases and subleases and all that, the way this is written, if you were living in a house that was rented out by the room to multiple tenants and one tenant was subjected to a no-fault eviction, not everyone in the house, but one, would, by the way this is written, would they have to disclose that, yes, that meets the criteria? Or would it only be if they cleared the house out, there's no tenants because of no-fault evictions? Because I'm trying to think of, okay, if I were a property owner and I've been consistently renting out my home for a number of years, and then I had one tenant who is renting the master bedroom, and I want to bring my grandmother in to live with me for a while because they're ailing and you want to get a visiting nurse or something like that, that would be a no-fault eviction. And then if that family member passed away, would we be in a situation where they might, when they then need to decide to make a change in how they use their home after that event happened, would they be prohibited in some way? Sorry, that was a little bit of a meandering question. Do your best with it, please.
It's all right. So it can be kind of hard to separate the two regulations because they're not in the same chapter. But I'll read what we're proposing to add. A license for a non-hosted short-term vacation rental shall be denied if the dwelling unit proposed for the short-term vacation rental was subject to no fault eviction in the 24 months prior to the submission of the short-term vacation rental license application.
Right, so that was the language
Wait,
that I recall
yeah.
seeing, and I guess, to me, that's not clear from the, okay, so if the property is subject, is that the whole property, or is that part of the property? If it's a 4-bedroom house, and that bedroom is 20% of the square footage, is that a property subject to that prohibition?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I think it's
I'm looking at
it's
Isaac a
for
little
the
bit, too.
actual short-term vacation rental, but I'll let the city attorney respond.
Councilmember Kiriakou, it is a good question. I would say I read that section as referring to the dwelling unit, so it's the entirety of the unit as opposed to a specific bedroom.
Okay, that gives me a lot less heartburn. Thank you. I'm good for now.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Oh, yeah, I was just noticing on that provision that there is the distinction between hosted and non-hosted. So if you were a homeowner who had been residing in the home but renting out rooms, right, so I think that's the distinction. Or one, yeah, that's a distinction, yeah.
Okay, I'd like to hear from the public.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have 2 in-person speaker slips. For those of you on the Zoom webinar, please use the raised hand icon if you would like to speak to this item. Our first in-person speaker is George Rellis.
Well, again, I think you've covered a lot of what I wanted to say, and I congratulate staff for such a good report that I agree with and support. Some property owners, STR operators, might say, well, look, there's no problem. You don't have to do anything. We don't have many. When we do have many, they'll say, well, you got too many, too big a change, don't change. So I think you need to get ahead of it, particularly because other jurisdictions, local jurisdictions, CARP, et cetera, as they shut these things down, as they restrict them, that's going to drive people here, short right away. So I think you're wise getting in there right now. I think that we didn't mention that we like to support our local hotels. They have 30% vacancy. There's lots of room, so people will tell you that this will keep people from coming here. They can get into those 30% vacancies. And oh, by the way, if they can't, because more people are occupying hotel rooms, great, build another hotel. Hotels that's fine with me. They're designed to take in people in areas zoned for commercial. I think that when we talk about the cost of doing this, administering this, just remember that you collect some in lieu fees to try to create more housing. When you lose a house to an STR, you've lost a house that you can't replace with your in lieu fees. And that should be part of the financial analysis. I haven't heard this, but I think you might want to think about the transition period after you pass this. Sometime, maybe for a couple of years, if someone has to leave an STR because they can't comply with this, they have to get out of this, maybe we give them a 6-month grace period. There are good people out there who invested based on our current provisions. Give them 6 months to sell the house, to rent the whole thing. I think that would be a generous way of mitigating the problem. On the whole, though, I think you've done a terrific job. I guarantee you'll be changing it as we go along because things change. This is a tremendous move forward, and I really appreciate it. And I hope that I'm going to say my neighborhood appreciates it because this is also a quality of life issue. There's a difference between having people float in and out that you don't know, even if they're very nice, as opposed to having people that you do know. That's why we have things like Neighborhood Watch. And so it's also a quality of life issue. I think this is really a good move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I did misspoke. I do have a speaker slip. He is now online instead of being in person. Nicholas Cazzaro, if you'll please unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. We all agree on the fundamental objective. Goleta must prioritize increasing long-term housing and lowering rent. While state mandates are a factor in this push, expanding housing is the right goal for the health of our community. However, solving a housing deficit requires policies grounded in hard data rather than administrative changes that do not result in new units. The city's own STVR study concludes that short-term rentals are, quote, not a significant driver of the observed shortage of available long-term housing. The numbers support this. Goleta has 51 short-term rentals, representing 0.4% of our housing stock. Furthermore, 44% of these listings are one-bedroom units, which are not the family-sized homes targeted by the housing element. Over half of these units operate part-time for 90 nights or fewer per year. These units are not displacing our long-term workforce. Meanwhile, we have a measurable lack of visitor lodging. The August 2024 hotel industry summary shows that Goleta has 9 hotel properties with an average daily rate of $361 per night, higher than the $297 average across the rest of Santa Barbara. Short-term rentals fill a critical gap by providing affordable housing for visiting families, researchers, and contractors who cannot access the traditional hotel market at these price points. In fact, when I distributed the required flyers to my neighbors for my own permit, many were pleased to have a local option for their visiting relatives. While there are much larger ways to increase housing, my experience with the Goleta ADU ordinance illustrates how current rules prevent production. Other jurisdictions like Los Angeles allow new construction attached ADUs to add density, yet Goleta prohibits them. When I noted that the city had permitted an attached ADU for my neighbor, like directly across the alley, which I raised with Councilmember Kasdan and Ann Wells, I was routed to the planning department's attorney who stated that the previous approval was an administrative mistake that would not be repeated for my project. The city is currently dedicating resources to preventing housing mistakes rather than reforming the ordinances that would allow for it. Reforming the ADU ordinance would produce more housing than over-regulating 0.4% of our homes. Furthermore, these amendments would retroactively undermine significant investments. Based on the current 5.08 framework, I've committed approximately $1 million in improvements to my property. The higher revenue from short-term rentals justifies using high-end finishes and improving exterior appearances in areas of Goleta that currently require investment. The proposed
Thank you. Your time is
yeah.
up. You've had your
All right,
3 minutes.
thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Carriaco?
Is that the end of public comment?
Yes, thank you. That was our last commenter. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions that were triggered by the commenter. One, I don't recall there being anything in our housing element that said we really need to just focus on one-bedroom apartments or one-bedroom rentals. My recollection of the housing element was that we need all the housing we can get our hands on at all different levels. Can you clarify? We don't just have a goal of trying to build more one-bedrooms, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
We don't distinguish that. All housing is needed.
Okay. So yeah, so it's important to preserve housing, whether it's a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom, a 4-bedroom, because every time we lose one, you have to make it up somewhere else. The second question is, the commenter brought up ADUs, and kind of the thing that seemed to be inferred, if not explicitly stated, is that the city has rules that make it really difficult to permit ADUs. How is our progress going on ADUs so far in relation to our housing element? My recollection is that we're making pretty good progress on ADUs compared to what our target was.
Yeah, that's correct. And we document the housing production, including the number of ADUs in our general plan annual report. We provided that presentation to you maybe a month or two ago, and we are exceeding our ADU production and have been consistently than what we had planned for.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
I want to, I actually say that, you know, I've been talking about looking at our ordinance, our short-term vacation rental ordinance for a long while now. And you can ask the city manager. I was really glad to see it moving forward, and it's here now. And I will say that you know, it's been said that we don't have a problem. Well, we may not have a problem now, but it's coming. I guarantee you, especially with all the other changes and the new housing, it's coming. And it almost sounded like it was a little bit implied that, well, Goleta doesn't have to worry about it because they'd rather go to Santa Barbara or someplace else. But you know what? We have a lot of things to offer in Goleta, and we have a lot of natural beauty. And some people like to have homes that are on quiet streets. So I don't think that. I think the storm is coming, and I'm very supportive of, I will just say I'm supportive of this ordinance and all the work that you put into it. I appreciate that, and I would really hope that we move forward with this and with your recommendations that you've made this evening. Mayor Pro Tem Smith. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. I'm also supportive of the staff recommendations, and I appreciate all the work that has gone into this over at least a year. Is very thorough, and I think that even previous conversations we've had have been really helpful. I think it's curious to me this idea that we don't have a problem, because I recall having problems in years past. And granted, maybe it's been a while since anything has really bubbled up in a really big way, but there have been issues with short-term vacation rentals that have been greatly disruptive to neighborhoods, and we've had previous councils have had to try to figure out how to address that. So I really do see this as a way to get ahead of potential problems. We don't want to always have to be reactionary to problems happening or issues happening. You know, we have the benefit of you know, seeing what other jurisdictions have dealt with and how they've handled it, and try to adopt the best parts of what would work here in Goleta with this ordinance. And I do have sympathy for not just some of the public comment we received, but other conversations I've had with residents who this may impact you know, in a way that they don't like, or they'd prefer that we not. I do sympathize with that. I think there are folks out there who are not the bad actors. And I think what's hard sometimes with policy making is we have to think about what's in the best interest of the whole, and for a future, and for things that we may not anticipate and hope don't happen. So I do sympathize with that. But I have received a lot of feedback from folks in my district who are supportive of the council, have been supportive of the council, reviewing the ordinance and making updates with all that we know now about short-term vacation rentals. So I appreciate all of the staff work, and I'm supportive of the recommendations.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's really important that we be proactive on this issue. We know that other jurisdictions, you know, may be taking action, and if investors start looking our way, and I, you know, as a council, we are saying that our highest priority for our residential housing stock is for it to be used for, you know, primary household living. And we are stating that that is our highest value in those zoned areas. I wanted to just note we had received a couple comments. One was about corporate ownership, and I do want to acknowledge that LLCs are increasingly being used by families, and it may be, you know, our local families, you know, for various small businesses, estate planning, and so forth. So I think You know, I just wanted to acknowledge that. But again, with that said, you know, typically that's done sort of with that investment and business mind frame. And what we're trying to say is, you know, to the extent that, you know, we want, the priority needs to be for, you know, primary household residents and so forth. So it may be an issue to continue to monitor and watch, but I still think it's important that we act, because we don't want people, you know, speculating and, you know, with purchasing up our properties just for this purpose of the short-term rentals. We are trying to disincentivize that activity. And then I did flag the number of days question. I know kind of for like tax purposes, and I think for other reasons, you know, I know the 6-month mark is often looked at as sort of a turning point where if you are considering something to be your primary residence, you need to be present for at least 6 months, or what is it, 6 months plus a few days. And so the balance of that time is open. So, you know, but our ordinance would allow, right, the 4 months to sort of, you know, allow for 4 months of short-term rental activity to cover that period. So in any case, I just wanted to acknowledge those issues, but I do think it's important for us to prevent problems before they happen and to prioritize the use of our residential housing stock for primary dwelling purposes.
Thank you. Councilmember Kasdan.
Yeah, just as a reminder, we collect TOT on vacation rentals, but it stops after a certain number of days. What is that length of time?
That would be 30 days or more consecutive.
After 30 days, they no longer pay TOT. After that point, then it's no contribution to us, or how does that work?
Right. It's basically like we see that with hotels sometimes when there's an exclusive agreement for long-term stays more than 30 consecutive days. And so there is no TOT activity, but it's still they're engaged in a business activity.
Okay. Well, I guess I would note that that's one big difference between hotels and short-term vacation rentals, where hotels we continue. I suppose not too many people stay in hotels for greater than 30 days, but as far as the different markets go that Councilmember Kiriakou brought up, for instance, are they different clients? Well, these are potentially clients that aren't paying TOT to us if they stay greater than 30 days. Okay. An observation. There were a couple of commenters that suggested, and some letters that suggested, because the volume that we're talking about is small, that this isn't the solution to our housing crisis, that isn't solution to the impact on housing. And I guess I would just say pulling housing out of permanent long-term rentals may only affect a few houses, but it is affecting our housing stock. It's not overall affecting, you know, the price of housing is not falling, but it's a unit. And, you know, just because it's small in number doesn't mean it's irrelevant. I guess, and I just to sort of in conclusion, I think that I thought you made a good distinction between, I think it is a good one, between the non-hosted versus hosted. Where it's hosted, there aren't limits. People are able to rent it for the whole year. And that also keeps the problems associated with kind of the bad actors or something like that, noise and so forth, down to a limit when there's a host there. I mean, if you go to a hotel, there's a host there. So there's an unlimited opportunity for hosted, and there's a limit for the non-hosted, but that's where they're essentially trying to, that is where it's a vacant unit that they want to sort of maximize the revenue. And, to go back to what I was saying before, we want that to be as a rental. If it's all year long, we want that to be a regular rental, rent to residents with a lease and all that sort of thing. So I guess I just wanted to say I thought in general it's a good job in terms of the balancing the competing goals, that you're trying to both reduce the pressure on housing stock and yet enable people to take advantage of the opportunities for renting out for their homes, for renting out if somebody goes on sabbatical or somebody goes on summer vacation, there's an opportunity they can take advantage of that, of the short-term vacation rentals to make some money for the household. If they have extra rooms, they can use this and rent it out. So, we're balancing those two things while also keeping the costs of oversight and the logistics of it low. So I thought it's a good compromise on those various goals. So thank you.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank staff. It was an excellent presentation. A lot of good data, and I think we are at the end of the day able to make a data-driven decision here. I'm reminded of the phrase that I'll repeat and then paraphrase. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is right now. Well, the best time to have created a sensible short-term vacation rental policy would have been 20 years ago. The next best time is now. So, the other thing I'll say is I think that, and I don't want to repeat things that a lot of other people have already said because the hour is getting late, but I will say that this is ultimately a pro-housing policy, and it's a pro-hotel policy. And I think that it's hard for me with a straight face to listen to arguments about, we need to approve a housing project because we need more housing and we're experiencing a housing crisis when it's only 56 units. Oh, we need the housing. We need every unit we can get our hands on. But then when we're being told that there's 69 active permits or 69 active listings for short-term vacation rentals, 69 units that are not available for rent as housing because they're being used for some other use, that's not that big a deal, and that's not correlation between a problem we're trying to solve as a city. It's either one or the other. I think short-term vacation rentals should be safe, legal, and rare. I think that as much as possible, we need a diversity of housing options for this community so that we can maintain a diverse community. And there's a place for short-term vacation rentals. As much as possible, I'd like them to be hosted. As much as possible, I would like them to not be just constantly used as a business and monetized for private purposes and not meeting that local need for housing. I may feel differently in a few years. The county's getting ready to build a whole lot of housing right near us, kind of in our local housing market, but not on our property, not in our jurisdiction. The city itself is going to be building a lot of housing through our housing element in the coming years, and that may ease the crisis. That may ease the concern, and that might make me more inclined to support looser restrictions on short-term vacation rentals. But for now, I think we need to err on the side of implementing our housing element policy that talks about monitoring, really keeping an eye on this, and carefully regulating it so that you don't subject yourself to diminished housing stock. And to those that would say it's not that big a deal, I would say, well, it was a big deal to build 56 new units somewhere else. That was a big deal. Shouldn't we care about these 69 units? That's what I would say.
Okay, I think it's time for a motion. Who would like to make that motion? I think it's listed. Oh, it's right in front of us. There it is. I was looking for it on my
No, go ahead.
Okay. I'll take a stab. I would move that we introduce and conduct a first reading by title only and waive further reading of ordinance number 26 next in line, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, amending Chapter 5.08 Short-Term Vacation Rentals of the Goleta Municipal Code and finding the action to be statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under CEQA guidelines, numbers 15060, 15061, and 15378, case number 25-0006-ORD. And including the errata, the changes noted in the errata distributed in advance of the meeting.
I'll second. Okay. All right, roll call vote.
Council members, please lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Aye.
Councilmember Kasdan.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Yes.
And Mayor Parodi.
Aye. Ayes have it. Yay. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, there you go. All right, that was our last item. Do we have any council comments? I don't know if there are any standing committees or anything?
Yes, I do have a brief comment. Well, we did have a finance committee meeting. We reviewed quarter three? Third quarter, yes, thank you. Third quarter financials, sort of with, and then with an eye towards our future budget discussions, so, but that was informative. And then Councilmember Kasdan and I attended the Cal Cities Conference in Sacramento, along with city staff, and we met directly with Senator Monique Limon, and then also with a staff member from Assemblymember Hart's office, and so and addressed a couple different items, including e-bikes. I know that question came up, but e-bikes, senior mobile home parks, affordable housing, our list of funding requests, and childcare.
All good topics.
So we also got to see some of the gubernatorial candidates as well.
Mr. Rosen, do you have anything to add? Okay, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.